So good morning to everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking the time and thanks for participating in the code review committee process. It's really, a big effort, and we realize all of you are volunteering your time, and we sincerely couldn't do the code adoption work that we do here at the division without you. It's great to see many familiar faces on the screen here, as well as some new participants. There's a couple of formalities to cover this morning. Our technical staff here and our team are going to kind of guide us through some of those formalities. And after those formalities and kind of covering the initial items on the agenda, we're going to jump into the actual committee chapters. So we have draft chapters compiled that are available on that committee page. That are color-coded, identify existing organ amendments. It identifies the new model language as selected by the Building Code Structures Board. So we'll work through that and walk through that. These are informal committee meetings, so please feel free to kind of speak up whenever you have something to say. And our technical team, myself and Eric and Jeremy and Francisco and Laura are going to be kind of facilitating the meeting. So we're just here as technical support for all of you. We're going to just be kind of guiding everybody through together. So please, if there's any questions, you can use the raise hand function that's on your screen. You can identify a question with like a technical question to Laura in the chat, but there's all sorts of options. Prior to getting into those formalities, I was hoping that we could just do some quick introductions. And as those of you know who participate in these remote meetings, it's a little bit awkward because I think every screen is different. And so I'd like to start us off, and then I was going to kind of point to the next technical staff member from our team. And then hopefully everybody could kind of do that until we get everybody introduced this morning for the record. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Tony Rocco. I'm the structural chief with BCD's policy and technical services team. I've been with the division since 2011 and have been involved in Oregon construction industry since the late 1990s. And that's a brief introduction on me. I'd like to turn it over to our senior building code specialist, Eric McMullen, for a quick introduction there.
Good morning, everyone. Eric McMullen. I've been with the division for about 3 years now. Prior to that, for those of you who know I had a long fire service career. And I think that's about the only relevant piece. Hopefully it can add some value. I've sat on these code review committees. I used to be on the structures board years ago, also as a fire service rep, and sat on many of these committees. So I know it's a lot of work and it's arduous and it takes a lot of your time, but hopefully we can facilitate it smoothly for you. So welcome, everybody.
Morning, everybody. I'm Jeremy Williams, structural program engineer with the division. I've been here for about 4 years. For this committee, I'm focused with assisting with SEAO, the stakeholder group, on some of their proposals and talking through the structural portions of the code.
Good morning, Francisco Ramos. I'm a building code specialist here with the team, and welcome. Good morning.
Laura, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. I'm Laura Burns. I've been with the division for about 10 years now, and I've been coordinating code adoption for 6 of those. So if you have any questions, feel free to email me. I'm available all the time.
Could not do this without Laura, so just for the record. Tyler, do you mind doing a quick introduction? Tyler Glaze.
Of course. Thank you, Tony. This is Tyler Glaze. I'm a policy analyst for the Building Codes Division. I am assigned to the Building Code Structures Board. So I am here not as a technical expert, but here to talk about the legal sides of issues and some of the policy issues, and especially the fiscal areas of what we're going to be talking about today.
Great, thank you. And then I'm going to start with our committee list. So Kenton, I'd like to start with you, if that's all right.
Sure, that's great. My name is Kenton Akins. I work at Interface Engineering in the Portland area. I've been in fire protection for about 30 years. I'm a PE in fire protection licensed in the state of Oregon. And that's about it.
Thanks for that. Mr. Bressman, can we go to you next?
Sure. My name is Eric Bressman. I'm an architect with Anchor Moisten Architects in their Portland office. Been practicing architecture for about 35 years now and enjoy the code aspects of it.
Tony, I think you're on mute. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Eric. I was saying Elizabeth Bunga is next on my list, but I don't see her name on the screen this morning. And so maybe she's going to be joining on later. So we're going to skip over Elizabeth and go to Sarah.
Good morning. I'm here from the solar industry. So I've been working in solar for about 10 years, doing design, installation, permitting, a little bit of everything in Oregon and Los Angeles, and mostly representing the Oregon Solar and Storage Industry Association. Like, we want to do things right and make sure everybody's safe and make solar better for everybody.
Great. Thank you. Next on my list is John Rodriguez.
Good morning, Tony. I'm and everybody else. I'm John Rodriguez. I'm with the city of Umatilla out here on the east end of Oregon. I also used to work for the state of Oregon as a structural and mechanical inspector. And I've been in the industry for 20 plus years.
Great. Thanks, John. Next, I have Janice.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Janice Sonata. I've been practicing architecture since 1994 with LRS Architects since 2003, and now a managing principal there.
Okay, thanks, Janice. Up next, Mr. Sandoval.
Hi, Eric Sandoval here, code specialist for Jacobs. We do primarily high hazard occupancies. I've had some previous history with malls and universities, but just really enjoy the code work and look forward to participating.
Thank you. Up next, I have Rabi.
I'm Rabi Tamarhulet. I am with the City of Salem. I'm the building official for City of Salem. I've been with the city for about 12 years. Prior to that, I was with Building Codes Division for about 13 and a half years. And I am a structural engineer and former KPFF employee. And I worked with many architects in the area. Thanks.
Next on my list is Seth Thomas from KPFF and SEAO. Seth's unable to be at this meeting today, but hopefully he'll be here for when we cover at least chapters 16 through 23, keying in on those. And then next on my list, Mr. Whitehill.
Hi, everybody. I'm Terry Whitehill. I'm the building official for the city of Portland. I guess I've been in that job since 2006.
Great. All right, thanks for that. I think we have some other individuals attending on the Zoom call. If we could go around real quick, and if you could just identify yourself and if you plan to provide some testimony today or participate. First on my list, I have Scott Leverins.
Scott Leverins with Jacobs Heating and Air Conditioning. I've been in the business about 43 years. Been at Jacobs the last 20.
Great. Thanks, Scott. And next on my screen is Kevin.
Good morning. Kevin Jung. I'm with the Western Wood Products Association. No testimony today, just listening in.
Okay, great. The next one I have is Kurt Wilson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kurt Wilson. I'm an architect in Eugene, and I've been involved along with Eric for a long time on the AI Oregon legislative and code committees, and want to just here to observe and learn what's going on.
Great, thanks, Kurt. And then I have Don Wall. All right. We also have our senior policy advisor, Julia Heyer. She's, it looks like she is on the Zoom call as well, Julia. Great. All right,
Hi,
so
everyone.
Go ahead. Sorry, Julia. I didn't know you were going to jump on.
I was just saying good morning, and I will not be able to stay for the whole meeting, so you might see me pop in and out, but I look forward to listening in. I'm part of the policy team.
Great, thank you. And then it looks like Jody Orison just joined us from City of Portland. Jody, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
I think you've just done it. Yeah, Jody Orison, City of Portland, one of the life safety plans examiners. Here mostly to listen. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so now we have some introductions out of the way. I think we're going to jump and look at the agenda and just take a peek at what we have in front of us for this first initial meeting. The first item on the agenda is the general introduction to the code adoption process. I think all of you are pretty familiar with that, but really what happens at this committee level is all of the heavy lifting. You know, like I said earlier, we couldn't do it without you. And what we're going to do is go through, and the committee is going to make recommendations. We've identified significant items, and as Laura is going to show us and kind of walk us through a little bit later here, we have actually color-coded drafts of every single chapter, which is, I think, fantastic. Years ago, we used to do these code docs, which was kind of a very similar version of that in a single column format. You may recall those. And so we've done a kind of a hybrid of those, where we have, the actual integrated 2-column format drafts of the chapters for all committee members to review and access on the committee page. Once those recommendations are made, I think the more significant items are captured in what we often refer to as a matrix. And I think of the matrix as just a general roadmap, of all the work that this committee is doing. And it's identifying, where the committee landed on certain items, the more significant items, and then we can always add things to the matrix at the pleasure of the committee. We can include things that maybe weren't listed there that you think should be. Again, it's at the pleasure of the committee, and we're hoping to try to keep this as informal as possible, just a conversation about that. One big portion of those recommendations is the fiscal consideration. And so Tyler Glaze, our policy analyst, he's going to be here, hopefully keeping me in check for asking for fiscal considerations when we have a committee recommendation, particularly on the significant code change. I think it's important to always consider fiscal impacts for every item that we're looking at together. But also, obviously, it's only going to be a real significant impact on some of those more major changes, systems and things like that. When the committee has finalized their recommendations, those go back to the governing advisory board. So those recommendations are taken back to, in this case, it's the Building Code Structures Board. Mr. Sandoval, I'm looking at you. Mr. Sandoval is the chair of that board. And so all the recommendations go back, and then we go back through the work of the committee for the benefit of the advisory board. And then at that point, the advisory board makes a recommendation to the division, to our administrator, Alana Cox. And then it takes two, right? So it takes the advisory board to approve something and the division to approve something. And then it creates the next code through the rulemaking process. And you saw, you were introduced to Julia and Tyler earlier. So they're our experts on navigating through the rulemaking process, and code is an extension of rule. It's adopted via rule. So that's just kind of a high level overview. If there's any questions about that or the general process, please feel free to raise your hand or let me know. Otherwise, we'll just keep going on here. So the roles, the next thing under item 2, the roles and responsibilities of the Code Review Committee and BCD. So as I mentioned earlier, the role of the committee is to consider all of the items that we're going to go through. And like I said, it's kind of open here. We have this matrix as a roadmap. If you think something needs to be added, or if there's an idea that you're aware of, let's say at the current national model level, and you want to propose that for committee consideration, you're absolutely welcome to do that. We're going to be navigating through the matrix of significant changes, public proposals. We have quite a few public proposals from SEAO in chapter 16, and then existing organ amendments, and then also some proposed adjustments in the code. So you'll see, and we'll point those out as we go. If we need to go back to anything in any of the chapters, please just let us know. Our technical team will be sharing the duty of kind of facilitating the meeting. We'll be guiding you through these chapters. And today it'll be myself and Eric McMullen. Eric will be covering, he'll probably be jumping on chapter 7, maybe a little bit of chapter 5, and then he'll be covering chapter 10 for you all as well. We do have the ability to vote for things that are significant. If that's necessary, like if it's looking like there's some disagreement as the committee's discussing it, we can absolutely vote. And any committee member could call for that vote. And we're trying to keep this just open as we move through the process together. So what do we have left on the agenda here? I think
Tony, can I ask you a quick question on the voting?
Absolutely.
Is that something we can just do as a thumbs up or down, or are you going to actually pop up a screen and do it that way?
Yeah, no, that's great, Terry. I think we could do a thumbs up or down. I think we can do, any opposition, approved by unanimous consent, kind of those things. A lot of this is great. This is a great cycle, I think, because there's a lot of model alignment, and it's a lot of the work that the great work that the past committee has done, and the advisory board, especially with Tallwood buildings, that we've already had codified here in Oregon since 2018.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I just think that might be faster if we can do that. It looks like everybody's got the screen or showing up on the screen, I think. So that might help speed things up.
Yep, that sounds great, Terry. Thanks for that. At any point, like I said, during the discussions, you're welcome to just raise a question to us, ask for technical input, from the division side. We're just here as a support team for you all and for all the work you're doing. And then with that, we're going to, I think, get into an overview of the code committee materials and the resources. And I'm going to turn it over to Laura if she's ready. And I think she's going to share her screen and kind of walk us through some of the helpful resources here.
I'm here. Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yep, looks great.
Okay. So for the committee and for the committee process, we created a committee webpage, and I linked it into the chat. If you guys wanted to open that, it's in your Zoom at the bottom. If it is at the bottom, you can click on the chat and the chat will pop up. So on this page, this is where all of the meetings are, where I've posted them, and then the agendas. It includes all of the code amendment proposals that we received. These are just the proposals that were received during the 45-day proposal period. Then over here will be all the chapters. Right now, I just have 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, because that's what we've noticed. I do have the rest of them, and I will be posting them as soon as possible so that we're a lot more prepared for our next meeting. Here are all the members. If an email is incorrect, please let me know. Or if you wanted to say something else, just let me know and I'll fix it. But this is mainly for the committee members to see everybody, your contacts. So on the matrix, I just clicked it. You'll notice that, go forward, not that much. Okay, so when you go down the line and you see ORA, that means that it's an existing organ amendment or a BCD proposed amendment, and that's usually for alignment with another code. But it will have information and say what it was for. Each line number, item number that is on the matrix is just the chapter and then the item number. You'll see like it's 5.1, 5.2. I found that a lot easier because you can add on and not mess up the numbering all the way down to 150. So that's like that. And then before every meeting, I will be giving you a new matrix with all of the older recommendations and fiscal impacts. So when you get those from me, and I'm going to try to get them done as soon as possible after the meeting, when you get those, you can read them and go through them and email me and tell me that's not what I remember happened or whatever, and I will verify it and then fix it for everybody and then let everybody know that I fixed it. But if we keep up on that, then there's less mistakes at the end of the committee process. So then also for meeting materials, I do have the significant changes book that we can at least see during the committee meeting if we wanted to go over that stuff, if we had questions, because this is where we got all of the substantive changes from the code book. This is where I took all of them and put them into the matrix. So we have that. And then I also have the red line, which shows exactly how they changed it. So they have blue where they've added stuff. But I've also marked those in the code docs, and that's purple language that you'll see in the code docs. And then I had the code. I couldn't open my 2019, so I hope somebody has it. But that's pretty much it. Also, just a little tidbit. I'll stop sharing. But because we have more people in our committee watching our committee meeting that are just, we'll call them the audience, I guess. If you find yourself in your view, you can move the people, the boxes. So I can click on Eric Sandoval and I can move him in front of Eric McMullen for my view. It won't show up on everybody else's, but you can put all of the committee members more at the top. That's just for your use, basically. Just because I look at the list sometimes, I'm like, wait, who's talking? Wait, so that's something that you can use. But that's all I have.
All right, thanks, Laura.
Tony, Laura, I was wondering if, Laura, you could show a chapter, anyone you want, and just show the colors of the different options. I think that would be helpful to know in advance what each color means in the actual chapter.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So here in chapter 5, we have language. This is an existing organ amendment, and it's just red strike through. And then anything purple is going to be a new IBC change. So it's their addition. I didn't note any of where they deleted it because it gets super messy. And then where there's an existing organ amendment or we're proposing a new amendment, I always try to scroll
That's
slower.
S3. Yeah, the S3 on the left was one for the monthly.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's right above there. Next table.
Yay. Okay, yeah. So this is like this. I bolded it because it's alone. Not everything is bolded, and that doesn't mean anything. I was just trying to make it catchy. So but yeah, every chapter is like that. And when you open the chapters online, I made it, I created the bookmarks on the side so you can quickly scroll to those sections. I did it on every chapter, so it's pretty snazzy.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thanks, Laura. Tyler, did you have any fiscal, just real quick, we could just do a high level kind of fiscal questions that the committee should be considering as they work through these items?
I sure do. Thank you, Tony. So basically, as far as fiscal issues go and what BCD is primarily concerned with when it comes to the committee making decisions and recommending changes to the OSSC, primarily what we're concerned with is the state or any local unit of government likely to be affected by this rule change economically, fiscally, and to what extent will that fiscal impact affect them? And a second question that comes in is who else is likely to be affected by this rule change fiscally, economically? How will they be affected? To what extent? And if there is a fiscal impact, we as a committee need to estimate the number of small businesses and types of industries that will be affected by these changes. And we just basically need to go through that and have that discussion and identify as best the committee is able, what is the extent of these impacts? How do they affect small businesses and units of government, that sort of thing. Those are the broad issues that should be addressed for every change that we make that could have a fiscal impact.
All right. Thanks, Tyler. Okay. So I think that covers everything, kind of the formalities up front. Thanks for your patience with that. So now we can get into the meat and potatoes of the work. And so I think we're going to start with chapter 3 as noticed on the agenda. Chapter 2, as you all know, kind of builds itself, right? So we'll probably come back to chapter 2 later at a later meeting, but chapter 2 is hard to cover just on its own without going through the actual chapters that make the defined terms necessary in chapter 2. So we're going to start with chapter 3, and I think Laura will share it on her screen, and we'll also use that matrix here as our roadmap going forward. So the first item that's on the list is a longstanding Oregon amendment for lockup facilities. This refers back to statute ORS 169, and these are, again, temporary lockup facilities. That statutory reference places the parameters on the temporary application of the facilities. So existing Oregon amendment, and with that, I'll turn it over to the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, Tony, this is Eric Sandoval. I was looking at a lot of these groupings, and many of these are with the Oregon Amendment piece, and I think it's trying to move some old language up into this new code and try not to drop them off. And because they're not a part of the IBC base, it wouldn't actually be a part of the IBC changes. And so I'm really interested in the committee's view, not specifically on this lockup facility, but all of the Oregon Amendment pieces that are very similar, and as a committee to see if that's an idea, whether we could look at all of chapter 3 Oregon amendments as a whole and just have you present them together and then just have us do a thumbs up, or if the committee wants to do it more detailed one by one. That's my current thought.
So this is Terry. I mean, I have no problem with this one, but I think when we get into the daycare living one, I think we need to have some discussion there. because I think could be a huge fiscal impact, and those ones I would like to have a separate discussion on.
So you're talking about 3-6 and 3-7.
Yeah, there's a bunch of there's several of them that are kind of similar. The 5 and fewer that are now an R3 commercial code versus R3 residential ORSC.
And can I ask a question about this? Just in terms of the formatting, what I'm looking at here, it would be good if we could get clarification if the specific language that's already there for these Oregon amendments actually is being modified. I see the highlighted color and the underlining, and without opening up the 2019 OSSC, I'm not clear, is this just taking the exact same language and moving it into the IBC, the 2021, or has there been specific modifications to what was already there?
Yeah, so this one, Mr. Bressman, this is just an existing Oregon amendment. So we're just bringing it forward. And I don't believe that there's any editorial adjustments. Oftentimes we'll adjust like section numbers.
And
but I don't believe there's any
in all of the rest of these, if there are modifications, what would the graphic sort of highlight be for me to understand what is being changed? Or has there been any changes? Are they just proposing to carry them all forward?
I have an example.
Yeah, sure, Laura.
It was right down here. It's a different color blue. It's not helpful. I just had one, but it's
Was this
like,
the one that you showed that was bold?
no, that's like, so it would be here. And if it was different language, this would all, like the new language would be a lighter blue, noticeably lighter blue. I don't know exactly. We had one that I saw just a minute ago. Where
Yeah, and while you're looking for that, Laura, I think the other thing, Mr. Bressman, is that we're going to call those out. And that's the whole purpose of this committee effort.
Okay.
So we're going to be talking about them, looking at the actual language, having the discussion.
maybe it's in chapter 5.
Okay,
but
that's fine. I don't want to slow you down.
So Eric Sandoval, to your comment, I'm pretty much okay, I think, with where we're just moving language forward. Like I say, other than all those care type things, daycare, adult care, all those ones I would like to have a discussion on. But other than that, I don't have a lot of issues, but I don't know if we can separate them out very easily.
Well, I think maybe for this chapter 3, let's just go through them item by item, and then we'll see how that feels. And then maybe we could apply that thought process on chapter 5. Because I think that, obviously this one might, if I hadn't interrupted all this stuff, we might have already been done with it, so I think it might be faster just to go through item by item. So if everybody else feels comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think so.
That's good.
So on this one, I would recommend a thumbs up.
Yeah.
No fiscal impact.
Okay. Anyone opposed to retaining 3045? Okay. All right, the next item on the matrix is 3-2. It's section 306.2, and it's in our group F1 occupancy classification list. So you see there the inclusion of the energy storage systems. The important piece there, I think, is in dedicated use buildings, and then as well, they've added water sewer treatment facilities in that, and those are both model changes.
Again, here I would recommend a thumbs up on this one.
Yeah, this is Terry. I'm okay with that. We might want to I think that 305.2.3 there, the red strikeout is one of the areas of that I want to have that discussion on.
Yeah, why don't we can go right back to that, Terry? And I think there's
Thank you.
there's a series of them there, so we can kind of
Yes.
talk to them all together.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So how about on 3062? Well, we're on item number 3-2. Any concerns with that? Those new inclusions on the model level? Okay.
Not for me.
Not for me.
Okay. Hearing none, I think that one's good to go. Okay, so per the committee here, Laura, we're going to take a closer look there at 30523. And then there's a number of these that occur in chapter 3. They occur under group E, group I, group R. So we're going to be covering quite a few. So to give the committee a little bit of background here, in April, the last 3 kind of care facility uses that were captured under the scope of the residential code were adult foster homes as defined in ORS 443705 and certified and registered family child care homes as defined in ORS 329A. In the new adoption of the ORSC, those care facilities were pointed to the OSSC, or the building code, which is defined as the OSSC adopted via rule, and were designated as group R3 occupancies. So for example, some of these care facilities could have up to 16 occupants receiving care, whereas that normally wouldn't be to an R3 threshold under the OSSC path. That'd be something else, either an R4, you'd be looking at an E or an I, depending on what's going on there. And so we were trying to be very flexible while still getting that kind of business use, that non-residential use, bifurcated from the residential code and into the OSSC. And so in chapter 3, there's a series of proposed adjustments and amendments, and these are the ones that Terry would like to discuss. So we have 30523. We have, I'm just going to call them out for you, and then we can just take a close look at all of them. I think the next one after that is 30824. We have in 310, there's a series of amendments. 30854, 30855. And then we can cover the 310 items. So Terry, I'll turn it back over to you. If you want us to have any specific one on the screen, just let us know. And if there's any information I could provide, just let me know.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. And just the things that we are struggling with is that probably 90% of these that are being created are going into an existing 1 and 2 family dwelling, mostly single family dwellings. And when they're kicked out of that and they go to the R3, which doesn't, we're not opposed to maybe getting sprinklers in there, which would be driven by once you go to the commercial R3, but it's much bigger than that, because then your distance to property line, opening percentages, all those things also kick in. And those can be deal killers pretty fast, because typically a residence 3 feet from the property line. So that doesn't work anymore. All the openings would have to be closed, which could be a bedroom or something, which you can't do. So it causes a lot of problems there. And I don't, if we take it out of this and want to do something in the existing building part of this, where we say, if you're an existing R3, something that just do the 13D sprinkler, and then we would allow you to stay as long as you're 5 or fewer, something along those lines. But the way this is right now, this is going to be really hard on people that provide those services. There's actually a huge demand right now for childcare and some of these kind of services. And, people are coming in and it's a stay-at-home mom who's running this service. And, we're starting to put thousands of dollars of cost onto these projects. And so there is a real concern on that monetary value that we are supposed to address with all of these. So that is the big concern that we have. In Portland, we can try to come up with a way to work around this, do some alternate methods on our part. The state has given some guidance that we can do this, but it would be really nice if everybody in the state were doing more of the same thing instead of each jurisdiction trying to handle it their own way. So that's the concerns I have. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts or comments.
I don't have any concerns. I just wanted to follow up with some questions just to get a better feel for what's going on. So in the case where you're in the midst of managing these changes, what's your strategy? Is it mostly an inspector interfacing with it once you get out the field, or you're requesting that information prior to getting involved with that plans examiner kind of things? Are the people, I know these are lots of questions, so you can answer them however you want. Is it really been motivated or worked with maybe a design professional, or are the individuals of the facility doing it themselves and are getting frustrated? How does that feel? What does that experience look like? Is it chaotic, or is it controlled, or how's that work?
Oftentimes it may be just the owner trying to come through. So what they have, usually they go to the licensing agency. The licensing agency then sends them to the jurisdiction.
Okay.
And so that's how they're showing up with us. So they're coming in typically without having a design professional or anything. For like daycares and some of these, we've had a process in Portland where it just goes to our compliance group. They would go out, back when they could do them as a single family residence, they would go out and make sure the rooms were appropriate and everything was up to snuff, and just do it through that process. They've never come through a permitting process. They would just get a letter from them saying, yes, it meets current code or something like that, or the code that it was built under.
Kind of like an inspection, but not quite. Yeah.
Correct. But now I've had to tell that group, because of the changes in Chapter 1, that when they get those, they can't. If it's new, if it's existing and been there at any time in the past, then we can grant them and they're okay. But if it's new, then they have to be sent in to get a permit, and then all this starts.
So you're treating it like a change of occupancy, even though
that's exactly what it is a change of occupancy.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So the real concerns are the physical parameters that you can't physically change, like the proximity to the property line and that kind of thing. The sprinklers don't seem to be that arduous, especially if we're a D type, but the moving of the building or something, or providing an egress window out of a residence that you can't have, those are really hard to deal with without some type of design professional, because you don't want to be doing that work and they don't want to be doing that. And you've got this gap between the two, right? You've got a gap between jurisdiction and owner. Eric Bressman, what are your thoughts about that kind of problem as a design professional?
It's a real challenge, because I could see us having clients come in with ideas to develop this type of facility, and then hitting that roadblock of the dollars are just going to go through the roof too soon. As soon as they start really digging into what's required, and it's going to dissuade people from making the change. And I was going to ask, I know, Terry, you said we've seen this a lot in Portland. I'm wondering if some of the other building officials from around the state are seeing this in their jurisdictions as well. If it's really developing statewide, or if it's limited more to the more urban areas.
We have we've seen some increase in the daycare, but I still don't understand if it's an R3. why the physical distance to the property will change. It's still a dwelling. I thought the only challenge is to put, the 13D sprinkler system.
It's an R3 in the commercial code. It's not an R3 in the residential code. There are two different R3s, which has always been confusing to people. You have R3s that are in the commercial code that have to meet all their requirements of the commercial code, and you never get to the residential code. And what this is, if you go back to that 30523, what's being striked out is shall comply with the International Residential Code. So in the past, we've been able to leave them in the residential code, but by that strikeout, we lose that as an option.
We were asked to do that through statutory changes. So
I know.
I'm just trying to make that clear that's why that's happening.
I think it's probably best if we keep this R3 in the residential code, where it has to go to the commercial code.
I don't know if we have the authority as a committee to help that happen.
Yeah. So absolutely. I mean, I think the whole purpose of the committee is to discuss things, including this. And so just to give a little bit more insight, if I can just jump in here, as Terry mentioned, we've been really trying hard at the division to work with existing customers and even, existing structures that were previously approved for this type of business use in the past. Even if that wasn't the most recent occupancy. So it's a very unique flexibility. I think Terry nailed that and summarized that quite well. And then what we were trying to do here is, again, we use this model framework, and we're disconnected a bit here in Oregon from that model framework, right? So this model framework allows you, like if we opened up the IRC, the 21 IRC or the 18 IRC scope, and we looked at the scope, it says care facilities for 5 or fewer are permitted in that code, provided that they have a domestic residential sprinkler system installed. So a couple of things there that are different, right? They're requiring that you provide the sprinkler system, and they're capping the occupant load of the recipients of care at 5. So we don't have that in this case, right? We're dealing with licensure allowances for larger groups of folks, and so we can look at pointing these back for the general construction standards of the residential code, so we don't run into that fire separation distance increase that Terry was mentioning. I think a footnote of the table allows you to get down to 5 feet FSD, but it's still more than the 3 feet FSD that we allow on the residential side. So if that's something that the committee wants to look at kind of as a whole, we can either cover it today as we're doing now. We can add it as a tabled line item, so it's included specifically in the matrix, and get it back on. But I'm happy just continuing down this path and the dialogue. And if we want to add that they can follow the construction standards of the residential code, provided that they include that domestic sprinkler system, I think that's fairly in line with the model. There would just be more flexibility on the greater occupant thresholds that are allowed through licensure.
A good recap. I'd head towards the aligning with what we're doing now, because I think that the intent of the statute would allow that.
Would allow
the reduced distances like a residential code.
I still think it doesn't make any sense. R3 is an R3, whether it is in the residential code or commercial code, is an R3. Why change the physical distances? Because it's called an R3 in the commercial code.
My understanding of the differences generally between the two is that my home is my castle, in your residential code group. And this one has people involved that are not necessarily just yourself, but other people that are involved that you're trying to take care of that don't necessarily belong to you. So the care is increased in the OSSC beyond what the residential code is. And I think that's the difference generally between the two codes, is that you're involving yourself with other people that aren't necessarily of your family.
Yeah, there are multiple places where it's different. The rise and run of stairs is different in an R3 commercial versus an R3 residential. The separation distances are different. So there's other things, I'm sure, but those are the ones that come to my mind right away.
Terry, do you have, or any of the other committee members, do you have any language in mind? Was it just more of just allowing the pointer back to the residential code for the construction standards, and then some of the other clarifications? And then one other thing, if I could just add it to the list of consideration, is accessibility.
Yeah.
So that would definitely need to be considered for care facilities.
Right. I was going to say that for new construction, I'm fine with this.
Right.
It's more, and so maybe it's in that existing building chapter somewhere we can do something that allows more flexibility. For new construction, though, I think it's fine. But it's when we're trying to convert existing that it becomes an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was about to go, Terry. Before you said that, was it really feels like this might be a chapter 34 issue rather than a chapter 3 issue. And maybe there's language in 34 that needs to address it.
Should we flag that for the chapter 34 discussion? And Terry, maybe, I know you're probably very busy like everyone else, but maybe we could work on just getting some language there for the committee to consider that would offer some additional relief for these customers that are operating out of existing dwellings or plan to move into an existing dwelling not previously approved.
Yeah, so Jody's listening in. Jody, I'm going to be looking at you and your seniors. Thank you.
Sorry, Jody.
I was going to suggest that, but I'm glad you did.
So while we have these up, and this is I think this is a good just general kind of committee tangent here, but while we have them up, if I can just kind of walk us through what we were intending to do. These were simply intending to align with that referenced chapter 1 April change. So we can walk through, maybe we can talk about each one as we go through it. And so the first one that we come across is that 30523. So if Laura can bring that, yep, right there. Yeah, perfect. So the interesting thing here, and again, this is one of those disconnects between the national model kind of setup and what we have here in Oregon. So what you'll notice here, and this will be a recurring theme, is that this is under the group E, right? So where we have, where the occupancy is for educational supervision or personal care services, fewer than 24 hours. And this is 5 or fewer children in a dwelling unit, facilities such as the above, 5 or fewer. So based on that April 1 change, all we were simply trying to do was keep these on the OSSC path of compliance. And since they were taken out of the ORSC scope on April 1st, and the one thing here that you don't note, or you don't see, that we will see in the other examples as we move through this together, is that this doesn't specify that a sprinkler system is required. However, it is required by the model level, because now it would send us to the residential code. The IRC only allows 5 or fewer and does require, whether or not the chapter 3 provisions for automatic sprinkler systems are adopted. In the scope itself, it says these are only allowed in the IRC context where a sprinkler system is present. So just wanted to give a little bit of background on that one. Going to kind of fly through these and just give you our just general basis here. So the next one, Laura, that I'm seeing is 30824. Hopefully I'm not skipping over any. Right, so 30824, so now we're under that institutional use, that group I. And remember the effort in 2014 OSSC is where we got the I1 conditions 1 and 2, R4 conditions 1 and 2, and we removed Appendix SR. And so a lot of that kind of got integrated into Chapter 3 as far as designating those groups and occupancies. So we look here at 30824, now it's tied to custodial care very specifically, which is a defined term in Chapter 2. A facility with 5 or fewer persons receiving custodial care shall be classified as group R3. There's no specification of occupants or operation other than receiving that custodial care. So just want to point that out. The language there struck does require an automatic sprinkler system directly when you're sent back to the residential code to comply. Just want to point that out. Then the next change, we have 2 changes in 308.5 under that group I4 daycare. And so we have 308.54 and 308.55. And so this is specific intentional alignment with what the ORSC covered previously. The ORSC covered basically 3 care uses previously. They were adult foster homes, as defined very specifically in ORS 443705, and then registered and certified family childcare homes, as defined in ORS 329A. So what we did here was try to bifurcate those. We have a new proposed amendment there, identifying childcare in a dwelling unit, using those licensure definitions from statute, registered and certified family childcare facilities, located within that single-family dwelling shall be classified as group R3. Another thing you'll notice here is we don't use the term single-family dwelling, really. It's more just kind of an industry term. And this just comes directly from their rules, and it's the terms that they use. And above that in 308.54, we specified adult daycare to, again, kind of parallel that adult foster home that was being captured previously.
Hey, Tony, there was a 308.32 is also strict language, but we didn't stop there, but it's the same.
Okay, yeah, no, good catch. 308.32. Right. Well, and this one's even more interesting, Terry. Thanks for pointing that out. And this is on the IRC scope as well. This is medical care. And I don't even know if you can do that. I don't even know if it's, let's just say, I think it's outside of our wheelhouse to determine if you could have a facility providing medical care in a dwelling for 5 or fewer. I think it's probably moot, but yes, again, here, this is one where we, instead of sending you back to that IRC scope that would say you can do it in accordance with the residential code as long as you provide a sprinkler system, we kept it in this lane of R3 under the OSSC.
Yeah.
And then I would say probably the most specific changes intended to, again, alignment changes are in 310. And a couple of things in 310.4 as we get down to the charge of 310.4 in group R3. One thing to note is that right there on the list, under the charging language, the first or the second item there. So buildings that do not contain more than 2 dwelling units, we're going to be in R3, and then care facilities that provide accommodations for 5 or fewer persons receiving care. They're considered a group R3 under this code, so under the IBC as a baseline. But then we have these carve outs. The first carve out is 310.4.1, and this uses as an undefined term care facility. So care facility generically for 5 or fewer persons receiving care, not specified as custodial, medical, personal, et cetera, that are within a single family dwelling are permitted to comply with the International Residential Code provided an automatic sprinkler system is installed. 13D is the reference there in 903.313. So what we did was we suggested to strike that language And then up above, you'll see two new subsections. And those two new subsections are capturing those three care facility uses that were previously captured under the ORSC scope. So very specifically, licensed childcare, the registered and certified family childcare facilities as defined in that statute. And then again, we assign it the group R3 classification, and then also adult foster care within a dwelling. And the key there is that reference to ORS 443705. So very specifically, only those adult foster care facilities that we're addressing there are those that are defined in 705. And those were the proposed kind of alignment changes, again, to align with what Terry was talking about in April. And I think it's a good discussion, Terry, and I'll turn it back over to you. Whatever you'd like us to do, roll it over to chapter 34 if you want these to be able to have an approved path back to the residential code for construction. The only piece also I'd like to, have in there is accessibility. We're going to need to address that because it is required. They are covered by Title III, as I understand. And so it really almost gets into that live work, right, which we're going to cover on the committee level here. But it really kind of gets into that live work unit where you're able to comply with just general construction of how I build my walls and my rise and run my stairs and all that of the residential code. But I also have to meet this section of the building code, which requires sprinklers, monitored fire alarms in some instances. It requires accessibility. And so I think we have some parallels there. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, no, this is the discussion I wanted to have. I really appreciate that, going through that, Tony, because it does have a big monetary cost to those industries. And like I say, I'm not opposed under new construction because when you're building it new, it needs to be done right. It's mostly having to do with existing buildings that are being converted or used for those kind of uses. And I totally agree on the accessibility that we have to include that. And I'm also comfortable with including the sprinklers, but it'd be nice if we could maybe send them back for other things, like you said, like a live work, just because I know that there's a big demand and this is a pretty big hardship. Be interested in what other people's comments are.
How much does it cost to add sprinklers to an existing house for a small home daycare? Because I have small kids and they've been in a couple of different home-based daycares, and I imagine those caregivers who are kind of floored by the cost of continuing education or taking a day off for some of the other requirements that they have to meet, and thinking about a major construction project for them seems like it'd be a non-starter. They would close up shop.
I'd be kind of looking to somebody else if we have a rough square footage for single family dwelling. Anybody know that?
I think the NFPA, this is Kent Akins, the NFPA's, they've been pushing to build residential sprinklers in single family homes. I'm not sure about a retrofit cost, but I think, you're looking less than a couple of dollars a square foot, probably more on the $1.50, but I'm not, retrofit, of course, you have exposed, elements and things like that, or it's harder to hide, but because you can use materials that are not, what you'd put in a regular sprinkler system.
Yeah, I think it is more expensive on a retrofit than on a new, but yeah, I need my fire guy here. He knows, but
the price I'd gotten on probably about 8 years ago was $3 a square foot on a retrofit, and it was it was a cut and stack building, so it was pretty open, I guess, not a lot of trusses, and it was a 2-story building, so it was hard to get into the floor between the first and second floor. But it was around $3 a square foot.
Yeah, and that's Mr. Sandoval. That's pretty close to some of the numbers we've heard. And again, it all depends on the configuration, right? If I have a ranch style with an accessible attic, I think retrofit costs go down significantly. So, and then the other thing is, Terry noted, we've tried to provide a lot of flexibility out there for these existing buildings, but maybe it makes sense, like Terry's saying, to have a more kind of linear defined, approval path other than just saying that there can be site-specific alternates to these domestic sprinkler systems.
Yeah, I think
$3 a square foot seems really expensive for like even just a 1,500 square foot home. We're paying $1,100 a month for daycare for just a few kids, and she's not going to bring in enough money to cover that, anytime soon. So. I'm worried about it, even not running my own home daycare. That sounds
So existing facilities, we would typically say they don't have to make the change. Would be for somebody who's taking a house and that hasn't been a daycare and wants to make it one. I will say that for some of these, it can be difficult because they may have been in business for a while and nobody ever got a permit, and I don't know that it was always required for them to get a permit for that. So, because it was an allowed use in the residential code for a long time. So that makes it difficult.
Hey, Tony, I have a question for you.
Sure.
I just question, what is the kind of the wisdom of removing eliminating the what's in the main code, but keep it the way it is?
So it was just about alignment. So in that April 1 scoping change, again, it's kind of the backstop to it, or the background of it, is the model code misalignment, right? So the model code assumes that dwellings have sprinklers throughout, and then even more specifically in the IRC scope, that any of these uses kind of listed up front in that scope are provided with a sprinkler system. And so in that April 1 change that Mr. Whitehill brought up, we sent these specific facilities to the building code for their compliance path with things like accessibility. And one of those things is we designated them as group R3s very specifically, even though when you're over that 5 threshold, you're probably not going to be an R3 at the model code level. We said, nope, we're going to keep that flexibility there. They're going to be R3s, but they're going to be R3s through the building code. And so we were basically removing language that would be circular. So these chapter 3 changes that we're looking at would be, well, the ORSC scope sends us to the OSSC for compliance. And then we were just trying to narrow that down, clarify it some, and get in alignment with that. And then also try to remove some confusing pointers that would say, well, no, now you go back to the residential code for the compliance.
Yeah, my concern is nobody's, building a house from day one intending to be in our, a daycare. So most of this daycare by vendor, they come in as an existing building.
And just so you know, Reba, I did ask a few people at the code hearings from other states, and they pretty much are all putting sprinklers in these things. That is, I think, more the standard than the exception. I think we were the exception in Oregon.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if, for us, is building, a dwelling without a sprinkler system, and nobody's first day that intend to make it as a daycare. Just most of these 5 endo, they came in as an existing building. So it's nice to, if you have, a sprinkler system in R3 and
continuing. So I'm not sure if there's a way to align both of those thoughts together. It looks to me like chapter 34 would service both well. It's just that I think the sprinkler system in 34, I would still like to see. I understand that it's cost prohibitive, but I think that if you're intending to go from a single family dwelling and you're going to start taking care of other people and you haven't done it yet, you're converting it as a change of occupancy, that should be on the table for why you should or shouldn't get involved with that industry. And I really would like to see those sprinklers in those newer change of occupancies. So I think 34 is the right place. I respect that there's existing houses that we're converting mostly. That's where I would like to see the alignment happen.
I support that too. I think that 34 is the way to go, and to leave these in here and then to try and address it in chapter 34.
I agree, and I'm also very much a proponent of keeping the sprinklers.
Yeah, myself too. I would like to see that go into that, because the thing is that we're looking at basically life safety. You're saying, we're changing the occupancy from a single family dwelling to basically a business, and so it's just the safety aspect of it, making sure that those individuals that are being kids or adults, whatever, that are in that facility, I guess, even though it may be a home or might have been a home at the time. Now it changes. And so we got to look at it that way, if it's the life safety aspect of it. I mean, I know it's going to be fiscal challenging, but what's the cost of that for a life?
Any other committee thoughts, discussion on that item? It sounds like we are going to tee that up for chapter 34. Chapter 34, we're thinking maybe going to be the last meeting, because there's a lot of things to cover in chapter 34. And it sounds like maybe Terry, maybe Jody, your senior staff, Jody and her staff can work on drafting up maybe some language to get at what you were looking for there, and maybe she can engage Eric from our team and myself. And
yeah, sorry, this is Jody. That'll be fine. I have been listening and taking in what different folks are saying. I also think that we could maybe treat child daycare different than adult foster care, thinking about mobility issues and things like that. Like, maybe we don't give it away in existing buildings for everything. I don't know if y'all want to comment anything on that before we start drafting.
That's a good point there, Jody. Back to the committee. Any more kind of general guidance on what you'd like to see as this item comes back up under chapter 34?
I don't know that I could really support that segregation wise for people who have disabilities. Doesn't really have to do with age for me, and I'm a little hesitant to cut that off for childcare.
I could see logic behind having different approaches to different mobilities, but I think it would be really hard to structure that, because I imagine even in a small daycare, you're going to have kids that don't move, even if you tell them move. And in adult care facilities, you're going to have some folks who are just fine on their feet but need supervision with the microwave, and other people who are wheelchair bound or completely immobile. So it would be tough to categorize by age. And any facility is going to have more mobile and less mobile people in it.
So it
combined.
sounds to me, it sounds like you and I are aligned. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. Yeah.
Terry, do you have anything there? Yeah.
Thanks, Jody.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. Okay, and we'll make that note and include that on our Chapter 34 list as we get to that. So let's bounce back to the matrix here and continue on our path. So we made it to item 3-3, and Laura's way ahead of me. So we're looking at the low hazard factory industrial group F2 and the existing organ amendment. This is a piece of the winery, the unique winery path in Oregon. Kind of ties into that white paper that we all know about and the statutory definition and that prior legislation regarding wineries. So, existing amendment here. See some thumbs up. I like that. All right, great. Now we're moving on to the next one, 3-4, 30711, uses not classified as group H. I'm hoping Eric's ready to key in on this one if he needs to, but this is tied to a series of changes that we're going to see at the committee meetings here. It's item 18 and 19, distilling or brewing of beverages conforming to the requirements of this code, the storage of beer, distilled spirits, and wines in barrels and casks conforming to the requirements of this code. Now you see this code is a proposed Oregon amendment, and it's because it points to the International Fire Code. So part of the committee exercise, as you know, we integrate those new construction provisions from the International Fire Code into the body of our OSSC, working with our colleagues over at the Office of the State Fire Marshal and other fire service individuals. And so this is more of just identifying that these are exempt from the Group H classification, and we're going to be covering some additional things there. So any concerns with that language or any questions about the general integration?
No questions here on the integration for me, Tony. I noticed in a later section, I think it was in chapter 3, related to the IPA wipes, and I don't remember because I'm working with the 2021 and 2024 code. I can't remember if I saw this in the 2024 code, but the exclusion from the IPA wipes, and then there's a whole section on how to manage IPA wipes and how you deal with that. So it's almost like a separate way to manage the hazards of those. That's not an H occupancy. So we have had facilities that was an important piece to. I don't see it added here. I don't have any problems with it here. I think that the deletion of it in the other section may be an issue. So I'm clear with it here.
Okay.
Is that talking about the alcohol wipe sort of thing?
Yeah, it's an alcohol wipe that's typically used for cleanliness of a particular manufacturing piece, and how you go from a wipe to a waste and what that waste looks like in the waste section is really the problem. So as you start to dispose of it, it gets big enough to where it's an H occupancy.
I will tell you, at the code hearings, there was a lot of discussion about hand cleaner because of all this, and the quantities that some places have are actually pushing them to an H. And there were several different code amendments proposed. Not much of it went through, but there was a lot of discussion on these topics at the code hearings.
Yeah, definitely flammable materials.
Yep.
Laura, could you please back up to that? It's table, I think you have to back up to it. Table 307.1, parenthetical 1. It is the second page of that table. And we're looking at the footnote strike of P5. Is that what you were referring to, Mr. Sandoval?
It is.
Okay.
Mhm. So the 5705.5 is the language in the baseline fire code that talks about how to manage the wipes in the beginning inception, like what do you do to start it and what do you do once you get it into waste. And it's a good half page long. So if you don't strike it, then we need to pull it over here into the building code. And I know we probably haven't done that yet. So, it would need a place to live in the OSSC.
And I think the key here, I hear what you're saying, and I see that Eric's got his camera on, so I'm going to turn it over to him here in a second for some input. But a couple of things here is we wouldn't regulate the dispensers, the liquid dispensers here in the building code. We wouldn't consider that like a new construction item. So I think that's why we were, that's why we were striking them. And then as far as the maintenance in the future of, what you do with, wipes and what the operational procedures are, I would consider that a post C of O consideration.
That's an EPA requirement. Yeah. So so all those things are true. I'm just looking at the occupancy classifications that this drives if it's all by itself. And so, I don't know how to do that, because you're right. All the language that you're talking about for how you manage it isn't really a building code issue. But the fact that they're present is.
You have any thoughts on that, Eric McMullen?
Yeah, sure. I can add some. So this language has been around for quite a while now. And when we looked at it with during the integration process for the 19 OSSC with the fire service, this was one of the subject matters that, as you alluded to, Tony, is maintenance. It's not considered, part of the building, so it's going to fall to the fire official. And to the point of, I think maybe it might be helpful to separate. So the alcohol hand rub, the 5075.5 in the fire code is limited in the number that you can have and their distribution and the amount of alcohol. And the intention is that it takes care of the hazard specific to those uses, those hand rubs. If somebody were storing a bunch of these wipes or rubs in a room and had it full of alcohol, that would not fall under 57055. That exception is only for what's mounted on the wall. You would still deal with the hazmat of the storage, but not waste. Waste doesn't fall under the building code either. That, there's a whole section in chapter 3 of the fire code for the fire official to deal with that also, for throwing them away. So that's why it wasn't brought over, because it was deemed to not be appropriate for the building code side.
That works for me. Thanks very much.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for bringing it up, Mr. Sandoval. It's good to note there. So Laura, if we could go back up to the 18 and 19. I think we kind of had a thumbs up on that, but I just wanted to clarify. So we added this code editorially. That may be changed from this code to the actual section once the integration occurs, just editorially. But the intent, what we're trying to communicate there, is that the provisions for the distilleries and the storage of those are going to be in the new construction considerations, will be in the body of the OSSC. That look good? All right. Good deal. Okay, moving on. Thank you for that. We're moving on to 3-5, 30721. Laura's always ahead of me. Story of my life. So storage of class 1.4G, class C common fireworks. And this is a long-standing Oregon amendment. No changes here. And this ties back to the permit authority, I believe, under ORS 480, existing amendment. Good. Okay. Thumbs up. All right. Moving on. 3-6, 30821, I1 condition 1. So what you'll see here is if we scroll up just a little bit, Laura, yep, thank you. So in 3082, as you recall, just real quick history on this, 2014 OSSC, we worked with Dan Pergel from LRS, and he championed this national model code change, and it removed our Appendix SR, and it got us into these I1 conditions 1 and 2, R4 conditions 1 and 2 facilities. And part of when the model code adopted it and integrated it, that change were the alignment of the actual use examples and kind of in the hierarchy of code. So these use examples under the charging of 308.2, we delete those and we put those under the conditions appropriately. So condition 2 facilities are subject to licensure by the state, and condition 1 facilities are not. But so we, instead of having them up above, we put them into their to kind of those subcategories, and they're only examples anyways. It's not an end-all be-all list of what facilities are there, but it includes those uses. And then the other note within that 308 is the new model language at the bottom of 3082, and it is and shall comply with section 420. So again, we get that pointer back to those dwelling unit and sleeping unit separations. So. All right. Good deal. Okay. Thanks for that. So I think that covers both 3-6 and 3-7. The next one we have here is 3-8. Section 310.3, residential group R2, longstanding Oregon amendment. And this talks about group R2 occupancies providing 21 or more housing units for low-income elderly, which are financed in whole or in part by federal or state funds, shall contain a multi-service room adequate in size to seat all the tenants. And this is direct from statute. So this is, again, just a statutory amendment. Something that we've had there. There is a clarification down below about accessibility compliance for these facilities. All right, some thumbs up. Thank you.
Hey, Tony. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm just curious because I know that I had actually submitted a code proposal that addresses plumbing fixtures that we're going to deal with probably several weeks out from this.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's in direct contradiction to this. I'm just wondering if I need to withdraw that or if we should just maybe wait and deal with it when the time comes. I just know that it's going to correlate with that requirement.
What was I did review your proposal, Mr. Bressman. Was your intent to somehow specifically include those uses?
No, it was an amendment to address public toilets in R2 apartment buildings, and to make a modification to the requirements in the table. And I think it's going to be in direct contradiction to what this is actually saying. The paragraph right after the ORS 455, it says it has to include facilities for both sexes, and the amendment that I had submitted actually places a different factor, a limit on it. Basically says until you get up to 100 occupants, you only needed one. And I think that's going to directly contradict this. So I don't know if.
Yeah. So what I see, I'm just kind of brainstorming here, but what I would see is that this is specifically addressing those you statutorily kind of captured housing. And so in your proposal, you could possibly look at maybe amending it to say, this would not apply to, housing units as set forth in ORS 45425.
Okay. And I can amend that before we get to it, or should I wait until then?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to send some language ahead of time for us to, to include there, I think we'd be happy to do that. And then also just kind of have it flagged from our discussion today, as we get to chapter 29 in your proposal.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. All right. So the next item on the list, we have 310.5.1. Item 3-9 and 3-10. It's going to look a lot like what we just covered on those I1 uses. So we have our R4 conditions 1 and 2, very similar arrangement here in 310.5, where we alter the model hierarchy just a little bit, and we put the examples under the appropriate conditions down below. And then the thing to remember is condition 1 is not necessarily subject to licensure. Condition 2 is. And I think the background and the reasoning for why we did this since, the 2014 OSSC was to try to help our local government partners, and just so that there was less maybe guesswork, where it was like, yeah, you fit in one of these things up here, but then are you condition 1 or 2 down here? And so again, we're not intending to limit the uses that are permitted under either of the conditions, but just to reconfig. So. Any questions on that? Discussion? Nope. Good. All right. Good to go. Next one is an existing Oregon amendment. We're looking at 3-11. It's in section 311.1.1. And this was a modification where I think this was from OBOA, Terry. It was from Mr. Balkema or from OBOA together. And this was during the 19 OSSC, and it was changing the shall for accessory storage space classification to a may to provide some design flexibility. Any concerns or questions on that one? Okay. Good. So we're staying right there. That first subsection there, we have some new language on combustible storage, 311.1.2, high piled stock or rack storage, or attic, underfloor and concealed spaces used for storage of combustible materials, and then just a pointer to section 413. And then I think we have some additional language that Eric will be covering in chapter 4 there. Any concerns from the committee or any? Nope. Okay. We're going to the model there. The next item 3-12 for moderate hazard storage group S1. We have an IBC change clarification, separating the proper classifications, the classification of storage of beverages based on alcohol content. So you see that new language there, beverages over 16. And then we have, I think there's a parallel one in group S2, Laura. Or are you showing them both?
Yeah, they were just across from each other. Yep.
Oh, it's right there. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sorry. And that ties in. That's an existing Oregon amendment in the up to and including 16%. So just a model code clarification there. See some nodding, looks good. Okay. All right. Next on the list here is 3-14, and it's a longstanding Oregon amendment for mausoleums and columbariums, and that's our group S3. I think Mr. Sandoval pointed that out as an example of formatting earlier. It is group S3. It is fairly unique, and this is just the classification here in group or in chapter 3, excuse me, existing Oregon amendment. Okay, All right, so we're jumping into chapter 5. It's about 11. Does the committee have any preference on breaks? Would you like to take a 5-minute break now? Would you like to take lunch at a certain time? It's all at the pleasure of the committee. So if there's any discussion on that.
I'd like to take a break around 11:45 to 12, and I'd like to take a 10-minute break, bio break now.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? If we take just a short, like 10-minute break?
Sure. Bio break would be awesome.
Okay, bio break. I like that. Okay, so we'll be back here at about. I have a 11:00 working on 11:09, so we'll be back here right about 11:19, 11:20.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you all. All right, looks like everyone's back. Short break there. Moving into chapter 5. Any discussion from the committee before we get into chapter 5? Anything from 3 that we want to note or before we move along? I think Tyler, do you have your hand raised?
I do, yes, Tony.
Okay,
thanks.
sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to make a quick point about the fiscal issues as we get into them at any point. I didn't clarify, but fiscal issues can be, or at least fiscal impacts can be both cost savings or cost increases. So it's important for the committee to take note of if they think something will make things more expensive or may, save money in any specific case. So the division is interested in both of those. Just wanted to point that out.
Thanks for that, Tyler. Committee members, anything on chapter 3? I know Terry flagged something for just generally on the home businesses, the home care facilities. Would you prefer to deal with that through chapter 34? As we look at that, whatever that language is going to be, would you like to deal with the fiscal there? Or would you like to assign or consider fiscals for chapter 3? Generally, there's not a lot of fiscals assigned in chapter 3 just because it's really more of just, classifying our path through the codes.
Tony, I think the thing I would point out, because we were all comfortable with the new construction on those items we discussed, going through the straight commercial code, there will be a fiscal impact on those. Could be fairly, it's new construction, but there will be a fiscal impact on those, the increase in costs.
And maybe we can assign the $1.50 square foot ones for those dwellings that are less than 5 people.
But that said, I support us keeping that in there because it's getting us more aligned with the national code.
Right.
Okay, so I'm hearing the $1.50 a square foot for those care facilities that we were discussing earlier. And one thing is that we did adopt it already kind of through the April 1st. And so I think we could still note it as being an impact. And it's just right now, it's not actually much of a change other than just the alignment. I think the change portion is the portion that Terry noted about being able to point you back to the residential code. But there are some other things there, Terry, that you brought up and that we mentioned, accessibility, compliance, that maybe wasn't being met earlier, fire separation distance or other considerations. So should we just... Any other thoughts from the committee on identifying fiscal there? Go with that $1.50 a square foot new construction.
I'm aligned with that.
Yeah, it seems like the rest of it should be when we deal with it in chapter 34.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
The other thing that happened, Tony, while you're offline is that Terry and I negotiated lunch to be 12:45 to 1:45.
I was going to mention that. I think Terry has a meeting, so.
Yeah.
Okay. That's great. At the pleasure of the committee, whenever you want to take lunch, you let us know. Okay, Tyler, hopefully that got you enough information on those. And if not, we can just kind of circle back. I think Laura already has it on her radar as well for tracking that fiscal. So. Chapter 5, here we go. Jumping into chapter 5. The first item that we're going to come up on is item 5-1, and it's the address identification language that we strike. And this is more of a, again, I'm gonna see if Eric McMullen can turn on his camera and be ready to talk here. But this is something that was worked through the ad hoc, the integration ad hoc group. Eric led that with fire service and building officials. And Eric, I'll turn it over to you for maybe some additional info.
Sure. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, just same kind of as the last one. It was deemed to not be new construction, and this same language is mirrored in the fire code. So the fire code official has the ability to require additional address or marking based on their response, because that's what this is about, is them being able to find the building and responding. So we just deemed that wasn't appropriate on the building side. Same exact language occurs in on the fire side. So no loss there.
Thanks, Eric. Seeing thumbs up. It seemed like we had thumbs up. Good to go. Okay, Terry's good to go too. All right. Thank you. Moving on, 50314, occupied roof allowances. As we all know, the model's getting better and better at addressing these occupied roofs. So additional clarification language, 50314, occupied roof shall not be included in the building height or number of stories as regulated by 504, provided that the penthouse and other enclosed rooftop structures comply with 1511. And then additional language in the exception number 1, where evacs are required and where they are required shall also be provided on the occupied roof. So good cleanup there. Terry, do you have any thoughts on that or any background?
Yeah, the one thing I want to bring up is that at the current code hearings, it came up about for high rises, which has to do with height and where you measure. In the public comments, the one that was measuring to an occupied roof deck went through. So in the next iteration of the code after this one, then it will be being measured to the occupied roof decks. For high rise, which would be the building height.
Yeah, that was one.
So I just want to point that out, that it's going to be one of those things. In Portland, this is how we've always called high rise to an occupied roof deck, because you got to get the people out. Yeah.
I do have one clarification or question about the second one here about the emergency voice alarm communication system. And it says where such system is required elsewhere in the building. And there's an option to the designer to use an emergency voice alarm communication system to reduce the egress width. And so it's not, under base code, it's not a requirement, it's an option for a designer to use it. So I'm just curious if the use of the word required is going to create some confusion there. If there's a system installed throughout or installed elsewhere in the building, then it should be extended to the roof. That makes perfect sense to me. I'm just wondering if we're going to have designers saying, well, I wasn't required to do this, I chose to do this.
Yeah, my opinion, Eric Ressman, is that in the design option to choose it or not to choose it is when you realize the impact to the roof, because the code allows you to make that choice. And there's other provisions where it requires it, which isn't the one that you're speaking about.
Right.
So to me, the required is a good thing, because I also have designers or owners who do it because they like it, which is really rare nowadays with all the money crunches. But in that case, I wouldn't necessarily require them to put it on the roof if it's not a code requirement, the design feature. So I think the word required is an important consistency throughout the code, that's how you get things extended.
So just to be clear, if I as a designer choose to install an emergency voice alarm system in order to reduce my egress capacity requirements, that would not necessarily trigger that it needs to be installed on an occupied roof.
I would reverse that. If you're choosing to do emergency voice alarm system to change your egress methodology, then that's a requirement for the building. And because it's a requirement for a building, then you'd be required to put it on the roof.
Yeah, this is Terry. I would agree with that. And Jody said that for high rises, it is required voice evac.
Right.
So that is the one time when it's required. But if they were trying to reduce their exit width, I would agree we'd be expecting it up on the roof too.
Well, and I would agree with that. I'm just the way that it's worded seems to leave it open to confusion.
Yeah.
It seems like if it's installed elsewhere in the building, then it should be on the roof, whether it was required under base code or the designer chose it as an option.
I think if the fire alarm is required to reduce the width of your exiting, then it is required. It has to be all over the building.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I just think the use of the word required could leave this up to interpretation.
I kind of agree with you, Eric, because I think you can have an optional, like a designer can put in an emergency evac system that's not required for any of those reasons, whether it's high rise or extended width or anything. You can just put one in because it's a better system. And that wouldn't be a required voice evac system unless you were to say, it just seems like it's a pretty convoluted path to go back. Well, maybe a fire alarm is required and you put one in, and therefore now you have to extend that fire alarm. And because it's a voice evacs that you're doing that. But I could see people trying to work through and say, well, I'm going to just put horns and strobes up here if it's a non-required system.
Yeah, I agree with you, Eric Bressman, that it would cause confusion, and I don't know how to fix that, because I really like the word required because it's consistent with all the other methods of how the code works, and to do it differently here, even though it's confusing, would
if you substituted installed.
Yeah, installed doesn't work for me because it's inconsistent with the other methods of how to get code implied.
Provided, is that a usable word?
What was it again?
Provided, where a system is provided or required, or both words.
Yeah, you could say is required or provided elsewhere in the building.
To me, provided is the same as installed.
What about adding an additional line, like leave that as it is and then say, if a system is installed, it should also be installed on the roof. Something nicer code words, but leave these words as they are so everybody's happy with these words, but give room for, if you've already designed it and installed it somewhere else in the building, also put it on the roof.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
If in 907.5.2.2, we actually, if that got modified to say that when you install the system, it has to also be on an occupied roof, and then just leave this the way it is.
That would work.
Tony, I can, so we don't hold this up, I can look at 907-522 and see if there's language that could be added there.
You're looking at clarifying that where it's used for the egress width, then it is a
Right.
required, so it shall be considered a required system. And then I think we're done, right?
And just 7.522. Yeah, it in 90522, there's a laundry list of places that have to be included, and it seems like it would be very easy to add one more to that laundry list that just says occupied roofs.
This was modified by committee. So the initial proposal to change was just alarms, and then the committee added the emergency voice communication system.
Yeah, there it is.
Their language is that the intent of the original proposal, as well as modification to it, is to send code user direction to specific alarm requirements for the occupied roof. This section was developed in the last cycle, resulted in an alarm reference that it was too general. So all they were picking on was the emergency evac, which is what we're talking about. So I see it's consistent with what we're talking about. So I'm supportive of what you're doing here.
So add another one.
Any more discussion on that? It looks like, Mr. Bressman, you plan to add some language or propose to add some language in 907-522 on that list when we get to
Right.
chapter 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put together an item 5 with language for that.
Okay. Any other committee discussion on that line item? We're on the matrix 5-2, 50314. Looks good. Okay. We also have an existing organ amendment there noted. You'll see in exception 2. It's not specifically called out. Minor note. Shall be permitted on roofs of open parking garages. Type 1, type 2 construction. Good with that going forward. So the next ones we have are 5-3 and table 504.3. Couple of changes here, and it's really again just alignment of the good work that the last code review committee and the advisory board did on the 19 OSSC. So we are codifying the types 4A, 4B, 4C in the code, and so now we have their building height specified within under type 4 construction within the table. All right, good to go. Allowable height and stories. We have an addition here. Excuse me. Height limits and stories above grade plane have now been established for the 3 new construction types, similar to what we just covered, the 4A, 4B, and 4C. And increases in allowable height for group S1 occupancies in sprinklered buildings of types 2B and 3B have been made as well. These are all model changes. Okay. Looks like those are good to go. And then you'll also note our existing organ amendment. I think this is the one Mr. Sandoval called out earlier for including the S3. So we have the S3 there as well listed. So cruising along here, 5-5, 506.3.2, allowable area frontage increase. So they changed the methodology a bit at the model code level. They reorganized it. And it's just straight model code, no organ amendments here. Good to go with the model. Looks like it. Okay. Table 5062, the allowable building area. In addition, the same thing along with what we were looking at earlier. So we have the 3 new sub construction types of type 4. And then we also have an increase in allowable single story floor area for group I3 occupancies of type 2A. You good there?
Yeah, I'm good. I just sent that text for the committee word for you, Eric Bressman, in the chat if you want to take a look at that. That's really consistent with what you're talking about. Just wanted to have you availability for that.
Great. And then again, we have existing S3 amendment throughout for those mausoleums and columbariums. Let's see here. The next one we have is 5-7, and this is an Oregon amendment. What you'll note here is the difference in the blue language. So this is the long-standing winery allowance for the state of Oregon, specific to our state. It was driven by legislative action, and we also have the winery definition in statute. So that's defined in 45. So then what we have here is basically the codified changes from that legislative action. It's longstanding. And then we also have the white paper that kind of supports this path. You'll see 2 different colors of blue here in front of you. We tried to take an approach to align and kind of clarify some things that come up as common questions from industry, particularly on the last part regarding incidental areas or incidental uses. And so that language used to read, I think it, I could pull it up right here, but it was boiler rooms and something else, and areas over 750 square feet used for storage. So we just tried to add some clear guidance. And the intent was that incidental areas under 509 and storage rooms greater than 750 square feet in floor area where they're storing wine in wood or cardboard cases are not exempt from the separation exemption that's captured, up above. Okay, looks good. All right, thank you for that. We are moving on to the next one. We have 5-8, 50844. And this is dealing with separated occupancies. And it's the change of the table, Laura, I think is the first one that I'm looking at. Yep. And this, the good thing here is that we were early adopters of this. I don't know if you remember from the last OSSC. It was a good change. I think it was proposed by Jack Applegate, and it was also then approved at the model level. So now you can read the table both directions, which is nice, instead of only reading it one. So just an alignment item there. And then we're going back to 5-9. We're going back to where Laura was previously. And Terry, did you have something on this one specifically, or was it just that piece in chapter 6 that you wanted to bring up?
I think it was primarily the piece in chapter 6 on the percentage of exposed.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss that one. So
there were some other ones there at the code hearings, but I can't remember if this was one of them or not.
Okay. This language, it is in our current OSSC. Again, all this work was done previously, and so this was just basically pulled out of that appendix in the 19 OSSC, and then just now integrated into the body of the code, dealing with those the mass timber elements. All right, looking good there. 508. So now we're going to 5-10. 508.5. And this is a big one. I think it's a big one, and it's going to require an errata in the ORSC because they've moved all of the live work unit requirements from section 419 in chapter 4 over here to section 5085. I don't think there are any substantive changes in the live work units. It's essentially what existed there previously. And maybe some of this language could serve as some framework for that chapter 34 existing building care facility discussion that we were having earlier in chapter 3. So more of just notification that it is changed locations here. We're good with the movement of live work. Great. Okay, now we're moving on to 5-11 on your matrix. We're in table 509.1. And this is actually deletion from the table. So you're not going to see it on the table because it's now been deleted, but it is the old stationary storage battery systems were listed as an incidental use. And then there was a specific separation and or protection item specified by the table under incidental. That's been deleted, and now it's more clearly addressed by those IFC provisions that are part of that integration of the new construction of the IFC provisions. So we'll be dealing with energy storage systems. I know we have a public proposal on that. Sarah, I'm sure your input's going to be much appreciated when we get to those. And then Eric from our team is going to be covering, the integration elements of that on the energy storage systems. You have something to add here, Eric? Jump in with? No? Okay.
No, I just heard my name. Didn't know which Eric it was. We're flush with Eric's.
That's true. We are. One editorial clarification here that we need to make. Laura, I missed it, but the last row, electrical installations and transformers, it should not be NFPA 70. Yeah, it should be the electrical code there. Sorry, missed that one. Okay, and then right up above that, I think that there was something that we wanted to point out in chapter 5 for the committee. Yes, 508.571. So this again is just a clarification, and this was a piece that was missed in that April 1 change. Terry will remember this, I'm sure you all will, but longstanding, the IRC allows you to do a live work unit under the IRC scope, but you have to meet what used to be 419, which is now 508.5 as we saw. And in 5085, so let's say I open a business here at my house, my whole occupancy becomes a group R2, and I'm required to provide a sprinkler system. Well, we know for R2s, we're providing a 13R system. And so when these live work units are in detached dwellings at the model level, the intent is that you can use the domestic system, the 13D system. And so this is clarifying, because you may have live work units that are in mixed use buildings. We've seen those before. So those would be, 13R system minimally. But we wanted to specify here that you can use that 13D where they're located and detached.
So Tony, the comment we have, a 1 and 2 family dwelling isn't detached. And a townhouse, the question is that detached or is that attached?
Yeah, definitely good questions. So I was just reiterating the ORSC scope. So the ORSC covers detached 1 and 2 family dwellings. So it would be a 2-family dwelling that's detached from anything else, a 1-family dwelling that's detached from anything else. And then, townhouses. I mean, we have to have at least 3 structurally connected to even be considered a townhouse. So that basically what I was saying is it was a path back to where the ORSC scope sends us to 5085 for compliance if we're doing a live work unit. And then live work unit fire protection system is going to send us to 13R, except if we're in the scope of the residential code, we get to do a 13D. But any adjustments or any language change? Absolutely, we welcome it.
This is Jody. Sorry. Does this use of the word detached also work with the rest of the scoping of the residential code where it talks about things in detached structures are allowed? Does it still fit with that? I think one of our problems with this was we haven't been allowing some of those uses in townhouses because we've seen those as attached, components. But maybe we've been doing that wrong. We didn't see townhouse as something that is detached by definition.
Right. No, I think you're right, Jody, and maybe I'm not following it 100% here, but so if we look at the scope of the residential code, it is detached 1 and 2 family dwellings. So those are detached, right? So we either have a detached 2-family dwelling, a detached 1-family dwelling, and then townhouses are separate in the scope of the res code.
In the scope.
Yeah.
But when you go down to where it talks about live work, there it just allows it in a single family dwelling. Is that correct?
So I'm looking at the 21 res code.
Yeah.
So it says live work units located in detached 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses and complying with section 419 of the building code, which we'll need to do an errata on that to go to 508.5. So it essentially reiterates R101.21 item 1. So it'd be permissible in basically any structure that's governed under the ORSC.
Right, that matches. It's just like, for example, in application on item 2, detached owner occupied lodging houses. We haven't been allowing a lodging house in a townhouse because we haven't considered that detached. So I don't know if that's the intent, likely should we allow a lodging house in a townhouse because it is detached?
Nope, I think we even have another clarification on the owner occupied lodging houses, aligning that here, but no, it sounds like you're doing it right, Jody. It sounds like your approach aligns with my understanding that those would only be permitted in detached structures.
So is there any way to rewrite just the title of this that removes that word detached so that definition or that, I don't know, modifier doesn't start getting used with all of those items.
Yeah,
It would still
absolutely.
make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. What sounds good? You have some language to throw out there?
No, I just noticed not yet anyway.
Okay. How about detached dwellings and townhouses? Townhouses are specifically defined. Would that work?
Yeah, sorry. I'll let the rest of the committee have an opinion about that. Yeah, I mean, other than saying detached 1 or 2 family dwellings and townhouses, and then you're just repeating the whole content. But yeah, that'd be fine. Thanks.
Sure. Committee, any thoughts on that? If we change the heading there to detached dwellings and townhouses? Looking good? Thumbs up?
It's
Okay.
very nuanced. I hope everybody can figure out what we're talking about, but thanks.
No, I think it's a good point. I think it's good. Yeah. All right. So we have a change there to make on the fly. I'm sure Laura has probably already made the change in the doc. So moving on here. What do we have next? I don't think there was anything else that we wanted to point out there. We looked at did we make it to the 509 stuff yet? We did the storage incidental use. Did we look at 509-411? It's not flagged on the matrix, I don't believe. But I want to just take a look at that real quick.
No, we didn't look at that yet.
Okay. Perfect. So 509-411, again, just straight up model code here. And it is language that already exists in the OSSC, just being integrated in. Great. Thank you. All right. Cruising right along here. The next one is stairway construction in podium buildings. And this is a big one. This one has come up a million times. I think American Wood Council had a full report on this and how to do it. And it's something that I imagine Terry and Jody are running into it the most out of the folks that are here on the call. And it's where a combustible building type 3, 4, or 5 is located above the podium. When applying the horizontal building separation allowance, interior exit stairways located within the type 1A building may be combustible where they meet all of those exemptions. And it was a big change, I think. It had landed on our radar more times than I could count. So.
Yeah, we've done probably a dozen buildings using this and had to appeal them many times. So we found this change to be really clear and easy for us to follow. And now we can point to our clients and say, this is how we do it. If you want to take the wood stairs all the way down, you got to take that horizontal separation and just fold it all the way down to the ground.
Yeah,
We like
it's
it.
how we've interpreted it for years. So it does make it a lot clearer for everybody now.
More discussion on that. Looks like we're good. We're good with it. All right. Here we go. Now we're moving into, I want to make sure that there's nothing left in chapter 5 there, Laura, while we're at it. I think there was clarification regarding discharge. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. Exit serving the group S2 open parking garage discharge at grade with direct and unobstructed access to a street or public way. So additional guidance and parameters to applying that condition. And There was a change in 5.10.5 as well, Laura, if you don't mind scrolling back up. The special provisions for group R1 and R2, type 3A. The maximum allowable height, table 504.3, shall be increased by 10 feet. The maximum allowable number of stories shall be increased by 1, where the first floor assembly above the basement has a fire resistance rating not less than 3 hours. And where the floor area is subdivided by 2-hour FRR firewalls into not more than 3,000 square foot areas. Seems like a good model change. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure that we covered everything there in chapter 5. Any fiscals that we should consider there in chapter 5? We had the occupied roof discussion. The mass timber stuff's already in code, so I don't see that as being a fiscal.
And the change on the roof, though, it was just a different type of alarm where the alarm wasn't specific. And so it went to the emergency vac. So potentially you could say it was an increase, but I didn't see it really as an increase.
The only question I would have with that one is the emergency voice alarm communication system comes with a requirement for emergency power for 24 hours. And I don't know the specific requirements for just the straight occupant notification system, if that has full e-power or standby, and if it's for a full 24 hours. So I don't know if that, I mean, we've had a couple of projects where when that 24-hour sort of caught everybody by surprise.
I think Keaton and Eric McMullen can speak to it. My understanding is that the 24 hours is the power available and the actual alarm happens for 5 minutes, regardless of how long that power is available.
There is a requirement for 24 hours for standard horn strobe systems for 5 minutes, just like you said, Eric. And then it's 24/15 for voice evacs.
So this isn't going to increase the cost of that system because additional backup is required. That the requirements are similar, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, really all we've done is added a spot where they have to put it, which is up on the roof, but it's only when it's already being required.
Right.
Elsewhere. That's
so,
true.
So
that's true.
I don't think there's really much, the cost is just pretty darn small.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
You mind if I just kind of chime in on some food for thought there for the committee? And it may not be something that we can sort out today, but as we move forward on this, one of the interesting aspects of the fire alarm piece extending to the roof, and now if you start talking about voice evac, is attenuation and how you quantify that. And so I don't know how, when you get up on a roof, when you have no control over ambient noise level, how you're going to quantify intelligibility and attenuation, bouncing off adjacent buildings or not, and traffic noise or what, it just depends on what's going on, but something to think about, because there are requirements that the message be intelligible, that you can hear it in certain audibility. I have had the same question with fire alarm systems when this came out in the occupied roof. Like how are we meeting, how are they meeting requirements for, audibility, for instance, for a fire alarm system when you're out in the open air, which it was never intended to. So, and how that's measured against, because it's measured against average ambient. Well, what's average ambient on a rooftop? So just maybe just for the committee to think about, if you're going to extend that voice evac, I mean, sounds like it's already going to extend there, but it could be in more circumstances beyond if you change from, the required. So it's just, and I don't know, maybe Terry, maybe this was discussed at the national level, but that's always been a issue in my mind. I've put a lot of fire alarms and voice evac systems in service, as a fire marshal, and it's just always made me wonder how that works on a rooftop. So something to think about.
It's interesting, and there's a big group of fire marshals always at the hearings, but I don't remember anybody ever bringing that up.
Well, I don't know if anybody's done it yet, but
Fire alarm.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is there anything else out there that's as loud as a fire alarm that would be ever like a typical ambient sound? I mean, freeways and helicopters and jet engine, airplanes going overhead, nothing is as loud as the fire alarms that they put in buildings these days, right?
Well, there's a minimum over ambient, and that's what you're measuring. So when I would do a fire alarm system, I would go out with my sound meter and you would measure ambient noise, which is kind of hard sometimes for new construction, but you're going to measure ambient. What's the normal noise? And then it has to be, over ambient. And so that's the thing that's hard, because you also have a max. So you could be increasing cost, I guess, is part of my point, is because it's going to take more speakers for a voice evac system to be intelligible and to get to everybody, depending upon the size of the roof, or more fire alarm, strobes, or, what happens on a bright sunny day? Can somebody who's deaf see that strobe flashing outside? Because the code has tried to evolve to catch up with these rooftop uses. And, but that's not, fire alarm systems were not necessarily intended for that. You have like outside gongs for water flow and things like that, but not normally for outside areas like that. So just food for thought. And I don't know, we're not going to solve it here. It's just me being a fire dude. So I'll mute now. Thank you.
Sarah, to your point, our office in Old Town does have an occupied roof and a small portion of it. And we happen to be directly across the street from one of the parking garages that happens to have a helipad on the roof. And when they land, you can't hear a thing other than the helicopter landing. They are really loud, especially when you're up at that height. I doubt that we would hear an alarm going off inside the building, or possibly even on the roof there.
Just to, I guess, chime in on that a little bit, there are criteria in NFPA 72 that covers short-term duration noises versus long-term. And you're right, there would be, Eric McMillan, there's that sound level, like what's the ambient, and even 72 covers ambient sound levels for interior spaces, but I don't think they have anything there for exterior. And the other thing is, you're right about the strobes. Strobes were never intended for exterior use either, but this section calls for strobes. And so typically what I've seen is, the application likes an interior space, but yeah, there's definitely a little catch up to be done, but it seems like that's almost an NFPA 72 issue.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be more an enforcement issue after the fact to make sure it works.
And the only reason I bring that up is because I agree with you that we're not going to settle it here, but just because the committee was talking about expanding something that might be difficult to enforce or quantify anyway, expanding it, just food for thought. That's why. Thank you.
Good stuff there, Eric. Thanks for that. All right, so we're moving on. I think we've covered everything in 5. We were looking at if there's a fiscal. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like any of the items jump out for specific fiscal to any of the committee members. No. All right. So that brings us to 6. We just have a few things in 6, and then we also have Mr. Whitehill has one that he wants to bring up for consideration from the 2024 IBC process as well. So we're gonna walk through these. The first one here is 6-1 on your matrix. It's for table 601. and it's fire resistance rating requirements for building elements. A couple of things here. So as we've seen elsewhere, the under type 4, under heavy timber, we have the additional construction types to align with those mass timber changes. So that's a big change there in the table. And then you have the clarifications in purple within the table, looking at the first column there under building element, floor construction and associated secondary structural members, roof construction and associated secondary structural members. And then we also have a couple of things here. We have an existing amendment in footnote A, and that amendment is where the fire resistance rating reduction of the primary structural frame and bearing walls, just supporting a roof only, is not applicable where the rooftop, where we have rooftop structures or vegetative roofs and landscaped roofs. So there's an amendment there. And then we also have the amendment that's now captured under 2 footnotes, H and I. And this came from Jeremy Williams, our program engineer, this bifurcation of the footnote. And he worked directly with the City of Portland staff on it to try to clarify what was going on there and how it would apply. So you'll also see now that footnote I under the building element column applies directly to primary structural frame. So you see that call out there, F and I. And then you see H only applies as it was originally intended under that existing amendment to type 1A PFS, so, or PSF. So we can look through all of those. I'll turn it over to the committee for any discussion on, I know there's a lot of pieces there, but open it up, turn it over to you.
Yeah, a lot of stuff here. It seems like there's been some changes just to be consistent with that structural member piece that's been bouncing around for the last 3 or 4 code changes. So it's still saying the same thing, it's just being more clear. And the vegetation and landscape roof was in our last code cycle change. That was something that was consistent with what was happening in the field. And I know we talked a lot about footnote I in the last version, and I think there was some discussion from you, Eric Bressman, on that I thought was accommodated, but I'm not sure if this still works for what you were talking about before. So other than that, it looks clean, looks better, looks good.
Yeah, I was just curious if the footnote A, if we need to consider when we actually have occupied roofs. I mean, I understand rooftop structures, but it seems like reducing the protection of members when you got occupants on the roof, I'm not sure that's a wise idea, but just thought I'd throw that out there.
Interesting point, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, because 1511 is just penthouses, right? Rooftop structures. That doesn't,
Yeah,
if
there's
you've
a
got an
couple other
occupied
ones, but-
roof, especially if you've got an A occupancy up there with, 100 people, do we want those structural elements to have their fire rating reduced?
We typically see the rooftop occupancy without penthouses. Would it be a possibility that the rooftop construction would not occur if an occupied roof was happening? I mean, it seems like you would get a penthouse just because you have to get onto that roof. The stair would come up and become a penthouse. And
oftentimes your elevator extends beyond too.
Yeah, so both of those would make it non-acceptable to decrease the roof rating. Maybe it's a bag, maybe it's a
Yeah,
tail
you
on
would
the
have
dog.
to maintain the structure supporting those penthouse elements, but not, I don't know if that would apply to just the open area with no
Right.
structure. Right.
So far, we've been applying it to the entire roof when any of those structures are on the roof, wherever they're at. not just the area that they're being supported. But I can see your point.
I don't know. We don't have to solve it now. It was just, maybe it's an amendment for the next cycle.
Well, and to me, where it says supporting a roof only, I would say if there was an occupied deck up there, that wouldn't be a roof only for the first part. This reduction is not applicable to, so I think that's how we would try to get around it.
It's not just a roof only anymore. It's a
Right.
occupied roof. Mhm.
Yeah. Because I'm sure we would make that call.
You treat it as floor construction instead of roof construction.
Well, it says 1 hour we're supporting a roof only. And I think the intent of that roof only is for, there's nothing else up there on it, because that's why it then goes on to talk about the 1511, the penthouses. But I would include under that, having an occupied deck up there, to me, isn't just a roof only.
And this is
Yeah,
the reduction.
I mean, I could-
So this is a reduction.
It's
so it would
functioning
be
as
at
a
the-
floor at that point.
So you're wanting to head all the way to the floor construction rating. So in a type 1A, it would be 2 hour instead of a roof, which is 1.5.
I'm just asking if would that be the way we would interpret, we would have to design it?
Right now, I'd say you design the roof as a 1.5 hour and you don't get the reduction because it's not a roof only and you've got an occupied roof. That's how I would interpret it. You wouldn't make it go from 1.5 to 2 because it looks like a floor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be in favor of adding to that list, this reduction doesn't apply, and just add occupied roofs onto that. I mean, that's the simplest way to do it and make it real clear to everybody. I would propose that.
Let's do that.
That would certainly add clarity from a designer standpoint.
Yeah. And I will say, thank you, Jody.
Because Tony's going to ask, could someone write that up for me? Yeah.
No, Jody's the one that came up with the idea. I think that one's pretty simple.
Oh.
Tony, I'm assuming you guys could just add that in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as long as we can just capture it here for Laura, I'm thinking that we add it before roof supporting, right? So this reduction is not applicable to occupied roofs because they are a thing, a defined thing, or to roof supporting rooftop structures regulated by blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yep. That sounds perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. No fiscal on that one? Because that was really kind of the intent, I think, anyways, right?
Yeah, I think that's already the intent. We would have made that call, and I'd have backed that call if it came up.
Okay. How about committee discussion on the footnotes H and I? Any other discussion on that? Kind of splitting those up. It had come up several times from the structural reviewers, our local partners in Portland there.
Yeah. I support it.
Okay.
Yeah,
looking good.
I don't have any problem.
Okay. All right, good deal. So that gets us through that item. And now we are on to 6-2. We have 602.4, and it's a lot because it's a lot of that from Appendix P of the 19 OSSC being moved into the appropriate place in the body of the code. Lots of stuff there. I don't think we changed anything other than striking international, of course, where we define building code and mechanical code separately up in chapter 2. So, community discussion on this?
No, there was just the one piece that I wanted to bring up that took place at the code hearings. And that's for the 5B or 4B, I mean, where it talks about the percentage of roof that can be unprotected, or it's still got a rating, but it doesn't have to have the sheetrock on it. And right now, I do believe it says 20%. And so that's 6024222, right, Tony?
Yep.
Item 1.1.
Yep.
And that was passing to increase that to 100%, which is something that I think that the designers really wanted. At the code hearing, they brought forward a big study that was done in, I think it was Sweden or some country on it, and that was their basis for this. And that was moved forward. It's still in the voting part. So maybe the way I'd caveat it is that if that is passed in the final voting, which I think starts in the next week, goes for 2 weeks, that we bring that forward, because I think that'll be a real plus to the design community. Looks like Eric supports that. Anybody else?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so it's the number I have is it's G147-21 for those folks that can pull it up. Laura, I think I could share my screen or you already have it.
Oh, you guys are good.
Yeah. All right, so there it is. So we can actually look at the language there.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And I'll be upfront with the voting. Of course, there's some industries that have always opposed this, and they did, but they don't technically get to vote. I think the fire marshals around the country were somewhat had concerns with it, but the jurisdictional life safety or the building code type voters were pretty much solid behind it. So I think it will stay being passed.
So we could just give our favor here, and then if it happens, we can revisit and just affirm it, maybe as a recommendation to committee.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Terry, does the voting end before we finish this process? I don't know.
It does, but they don't certify the voting. That can actually take a month or so. I think as long as building codes know that we're in favor of that, as long as it passes, it'll take them that long to move all this through. So I think they can incorporate it if that does happen. Does that work, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely. At the pleasure of the committee, we can bring it to, again, the Building Code Structures Board is going to review all of this committee work. And this is one item that we could just identify for Mr. Sandoval's board. And I'm sure by then we'll know what's happened at the model level. But for now, it sounds like the committee would like to approve this with the caveat of future approval. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, great. So we'll do that.
Thanks, Terry, for bringing that forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one there. Any other committee discussion on 602 for anything in there, the model? Okay. So that one's looks good. And that's basically, that takes us all the way down through to item 6-5 and 603.1. And Laura just posted a chat to everyone that says she'll post the proposed language on the committee page after today. So you'll be able to see that, that model proposal. So 603.1 We just have, there's a modification here in buildings of type 1 and type 2 construction. The allowance for the use of fire retardant treated wood and shaft enclosure and roof constructions has been modified for I2. In addition, the use of wood nailers for parapet flashing and roof cants is permitted in all buildings. And this is just model language, no amendments there. Good to go. All right. We're cruising along here. What committee members, was there a lunch, Mr. Sandoval, Terry? I think there was a lunch time. I just want to make sure.
We're still a little early because Terry's meeting doesn't start till 1 and he would be late getting back if we stopped now.
Okay. So we're going to proceed on then. Any fiscals there to flag for Tyler in chapter 6?
I was just about to ask.
The change allowing that without the sheetrock on it, I think there's a minor reduction in cost based on that for type 4B construction.
That's 100% compared to 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that future piece, Tyler.
Thank you for that.
Nothing else there. Did we see committee? I think it looked all just like model level or model code stuff that we already had. So.
And we'd already adopted most of the CLT, so there's no change there.
All right, great. Chapter 7, here we go. Fire and smoke protection features, 7-1. We're looking at sections 7036 and 7037. And again, we're going to see this as a reoccurring theme throughout the code. We have the basically just language that already exists in the OSSC regarding mass timber. Any discussion on any of that? Looking good? Okay. All right. Moving on, we have 70461, secondary attachments to structural members. And this is an IBC modification. It's intended to serve as guidance to ensure continuity of fire-resistant protection where secondary steel attaches to either primary or secondary fire resistance rated structural members.
So I can speak a little bit to this. This is something that we've been implementing and haven't found a code provision for it. And to vendor provide as a solution. And so I'm really thankful that this is in there because we've been applying it, and I like the fact that we have some type of language to point to now. So this is very helpful in terms of this question comes up 4 times in every job, and that's a lot of times for me. So.
Right. Thumbs up there. Looks like we're good with that. Okay, great. So now we move on to 70586, an existing Oregon amendment. It's item 7-3 on your matrix. And this deals with vertical exposure. This is one that we've talked a lot about in the past. And so there's a couple of things here that we are suggesting as kind of editorial clarifications. We worked with our colleagues at the City of Portland on it quite a bit in the past. We discussed it at the 19 OSSC adoption process quite a bit. And so there's a series here of adjustments. So first, what we're really addressing here with these amendments and kind of the reconfiguration of the hierarchy is that we have a very specific Oregon amendment that deals with vertical exposure for buildings on adjacent lots, which is unique, right? Because we typically don't deal with anything on an adjacent lot. We're dealing with the lot itself. And so we've arranged these, the hierarchy in with the assumption that the committee will want to retain that existing amendment that deals with buildings on adjacent lots. That was the consensus previously, but again, it's at the pleasure of the committee. So first, what you see here is kind of renaming that subsection 705-861, vertical exposure for buildings on the same lot. And then we strike out based on assuming an imaginary line between them, because the 15 feet measurement is distance between buildings. It's not to that normal where we throw imaginary line. It could be up against one side or in the middle. It's the overall distance is 15 feet total. And that's the existing Oregon amendment there in the last part of that charging language in 705-861. Then in number 2, exception 2, I think we added some clarification there. Eric McMullen from our team helped. We kind of tackled this together. So Eric, I saw you on camera there. You're welcome to just jump in and on this discussion. So we have the pointer back to 705-861, where we're not considered when they're considered portions of the same building. So now we really get into the meat and potatoes of the change. 705-862, vertical exposure for buildings on separate lots. And we broke it down into 2 sections, and Eric, maybe you can jump in and kind of give some insight on what we were doing there with the language.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. When I was reading this, it was just we had a lot of information in one paragraph. So the intention here is for no technical change. So if we tweak something here and it changed the original intent of the amendment, that's not what we're looking for here. It was more clarification. So we broke it into 2 separate items because you can't have both. It just didn't work, and they were both buried in a paragraph. So that's really all we did, is just had item 1 and item 2, but it's not intended to be a change.
So I have a question about just clarifying the language and the use of the word new. Item number 2, is it important to have that new in there? Isn't everything we do related to new construction?
Well, it's whether or not change of occupancy might drive you here. So that's maybe the reason for saying new construction, because change of occupancy can open a lot of doors.
But if you just said where a building is erected adjacent to an existing building, on the roof on the building, is it, or I don't know, it just seems like because it's an Oregon amendment, I'm just worried that we're being out of type with model code language. And I know sometimes we take off on stuff and do things.
Yeah, and kind of the question is, where it says buildings, does that eliminate additions? You could have an addition too. Tony, did you consider that when you were doing that language?
Nope. I think we took the existing Oregon amendment in the 2019 OSSC. So I'll pull that up right now, and then maybe we can take a look at that as well.
I think the intent is the same. I just wonder if new adds clarity.
So under the 19 OSSC 705-862, vertical exposure for buildings on separate lots where a new building is to be erected adjacent to an existing building is how it started.
Yeah, it's probably the same language.
So Tony, can I chime in just a little bit more?
Absolutely.
Right. So again, if we tweak something and didn't hit the mark, that wasn't the intention. But the model code, this is an Oregon amendment, and the model code addresses adjacent lots with fire separation distance, just, standard methodology. I think there's a few other big cities, Terry may be able to chime in here, but I think there's a few other big cities that actually have this, maybe New York, or maybe Tony knows, but for the most part, this was mostly on the national level. Buildings on adjacent lots are dealt with fire separation distance. They don't have this additional requirement. But the idea of breaking it into two was you can't do both, right? You can't have a building that's lower, a new building that's lower, and then a new building that's higher, because there's two different issues there. You're dealing with a new building that's thrown up that's taller than the existing building. So now you're dealing with the separation, the vertical separation, or you're dealing with a building that's shorter than the existing building and you're dealing with the roof. And so you can't have both. So we were just trying to, this was a my thing. Tony's being generous saying a we, but like I threw this out as I didn't like the way it read. And so I'm just suggesting, cleaning it up for those two different things. But as far as the discussion about new buildings, I think my thought process there too was just, again, this is not even addressed. New buildings are typically addressed by fire separation distance. So, and I think we would address the same with an existing building under the typical, the typical methodologies of opening exposure and fire rated exterior walls. So I think Terry, this was something you guys dealt with, right? I mean, you might have some better insights.
Oh, all the time.
Right.
We get this all the time. Yeah. I like the splitting it like that. And here what I'll tell people what kind of the issue is. The one above, when it's buildings on the same property, that's national code, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's when it's on different properties, should we treat them any different? And I think that's how that code change was submitted. It wasn't us, the city of Portland, that submitted it or anything. It was been in place now for a while. I think that's how it came about. At the national level, they never extended it to buildings on separate lots, even though they have it for buildings on the same lot. You have to deal with it. So it's kind of a weird one in that sense. And what it's protecting is, the walls get protected, but if the fire's coming up through the roof, all you're protecting is that area above that roof on the building next door. And so it's getting you that added protection to keep them safe. So that's, I understand the logic behind what they did. But yeah, that's the background as I know it.
Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it.
We've dealt with this for a long time. From a design standpoint, I understand wanting to split that into two paragraphs. I can't see anything that materially changes the requirement when I read that. I did want to just point out though that it is possible to have both of these conditions simultaneously. If you have a building that a portion of it is only 1 story and another portion is maybe 3 stories, you actually could run into that. But I don't think it changes the application of it. I think you would still have to meet both requirements in the 2 different paragraphs for each portion of the building. To me, it's still very clear.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. The question is keeping it, and as long as we do, then I'm supportive of the change. Yeah.
Other discussion on it? Excuse me.
Thanks for your work, Eric McMullen.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of thumbs up, Tony.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And to Eric Bressman's comment, I just want to chime one more. Tony and I had this conversation about, I think I brought it up, like, well, so what happens when you have that scenario? What happens when you have a steeple? What happens when you have a weird dormer? that the dormer's higher than the adjacent building, but the lower roof's lower than the adjacent building. And that was some of the frustrations I had with this language, is it doesn't really cover, and that's probably why the model code has danced away from it, because it's kind of hard. And I get like Eric Ressman said, you would just have to deal with those things individually. But Tony and I kind of got a chuckle out of that. It's like, okay, we have to stop, because that's what code nerds do. You just try to capture every scenario. And then after 30 years of doing this, I've discovered that I can't do that anymore.
It's sausage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find yourself walking in circles after a while.
Okay, so Tyler, you have your hand raised.
Do we think this is going to have a fiscal impact?
No, it's an
No.
existing Oregon amendment, just simply reformatted for clarity.
Excellent. Okay, just making sure.
And real quick, I think Mr. Sandoval, you brought it up, but we do use the phrase new building several other times in the code. Laura just ran a search while we were there just to make sure that we had consistent language.
Thank you for doing that, Laura.
All right. So now we are moving on to, let's see.
Can I bring up a question about something we went over a couple minutes ago?
Yeah.
70461, the secondary metal attachments. It sounded good, and I was trying to dig in to see if our solar attachments to steel structural members, like you've got steel purlins or something. Sometimes we'll use basically like some version of a lag bolt or some other term, but it's a metal attachment into the metal structural member. And I don't know if typical solar equipment attachments show any kind of fire rating for the attachment itself. So I don't think that we would have a compliance problem in the actual, functionality, like the materials would be fine, but we don't document that. I've never seen any fire rating documentation on any solar attachment hardware documents. It's usually the electrical equipment that has fire ratings. So I'm not sure if it would be possible to show compliance or what that would need to look like.
Typically, the way I have to deal with this is in vendor submittals. So the architectural design shows the fire rating of the primary and secondary structural members, and then the vendor attachments start coming in, and through shop drawing review, you review those individually. And so that's when this comment comes up as the vendor submittal comes in. So it's not specifically even on the vendor work. They don't necessarily show the connection point. Someone does the connection of those vendor submittals and the architectural design work and figures out if there's a problem, and then determines whether or not the vendor work needs to have additional fireproofing than originally submitted. That's usually what happens.
Be like a follow-up request
Yep.
for additional information.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
And if it's a problem, maybe there's a way to separate the connection point away. I don't really know. The solar connection to the structural systems below may be direct, or may have another structural system between the two of them that gets rated, and then this would not apply because you're already past that 12-inch. So I don't really know exactly how it's going to manifest itself in solar. It could. I could see it happening.
Yeah, it's usually some sort of stainless steel bolt into wood or metal in the structure. So I'm just trying to think, like, what would they provide, or would they be able to provide that? Would they know how to provide that? I want to make sure we're not suddenly unable to install on anything with a metal structure.
So it's a conveyance of heat through the metal into the fireproofing material. That's what they're trying to get at. And that 12 inches is the conducting distance, where at some point that heat gets diminished to the point where it doesn't affect the primary or secondary structural member. So if you can kind of push that conduit of energy away from the primary and secondary structure by putting in this 12-inch fireproofing, then that pushes the heat away from those two members. And so depending on how the vendor shop drawing comes in and the attachment methodology and the primary structural system that we're talking about, because I would think that with the wood, we're not really talking about that. It's a totally different issue. But if you're maybe a type 1B construction or type 1A construction, and you've got the solar system mounted on the roof, potentially that's going to go into that 1.5 hour roof structure, and that's where that's going to happen. So I would see that's the place that you want to take a look at that from your industry.
And I will comment that the industry did bring some code change proposals to the code hearings, and I don't think too many of them went through actually. So.
And Tony, because we're on a page break, page 4 to page 5, I'd say this is a good time for lunch. So we're at 12:45, and it might work for Terry's meeting.
At the pleasure of the committee. What time would you like to return?
An hour.
12:45. Be back at 1:45. Okay. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, it looks like we're maybe about ready to start back. Looks like Sarah coming back from lunch. All right. Hope it was a good lunch. So we were in the middle of chapter 7 on the matrix, and we were at the page turn, as Mr. Sandoval identified for us. So we had just made it through that vertical exposure amendment discussion. And now we were getting into table 7055. So pretty big change on the model level here, where they moved table 602 into chapter 7, which seems more appropriate. And so a couple of things are going on in this table. We have the inclusion there, you'll see in the purple lettering of those mass timber subtypes of construction. You see the S3 amendment for mausoleums and columbariums. And I think that's basically it. It's also just, focusing on that move. So turn it over to the committee. Any discussion, or are we just good to go with it? Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Moving on, we have the next one is 70611. It's item 7-5 in your matrix, and this is a Oregon Amendment deletion. We delete exception number 2. This was deleted under the last iteration of the code, and it's an interesting part of the code because it deals with the building official reviewing kind of easements and ownership of adjacent properties. And historically, what we've said is that as long as land use locally, there's some documentation mechanism, some local legal instrument to document that maybe they don't want to adjust the line, or they want, the person that owns both properties doesn't want to vacate the line and merge the two lots, that there could be still some potential to allow them to build across. But again, it would only be through local acceptance paths. It would have to be acceptable to the local legal council, acceptable to the local land use folks, and then of course the building official as well. So we delete this. Any discussion on this one? Right. The next one here, we have 7-6, 707.4, and 716. It's the separation of energy storage systems. And this ties into some of the other language that we'll be looking at on the integration side. So if you look at the language there, it has to do with where the separation requirement shall not apply, the exceptions there. You have exterior walls required to be fire resistance rated in accordance with this code, and that's that same thing where this may be a chapter 4 section reference in the future, just editorially. for enclosure of energy storage systems. And then that gets into the next change there in 7075. So this one here, I think the companion section is 716. And it's a footnote. It's footnote C to table 716.1 parenthetical 3. Yeah, right there. So there we see the same, basically the same language there. So fire protection rated glazing is not permitted for fire barriers required by this code to enclose energy storage systems. And this is putting the cart before the horse a little bit, right? Because we're going to cover those energy storage systems more closely when we cover chapter 4. Any committee discussion or thoughts or concerns? Nope. Okay. Looking good. Seeing thumbs up there. All right. The next item on our matrix is section 7. It's item 7-7, and it is section 707.5, and it's dealing with the enclosure of exit passageways. Good model change here. Laura has it up on the screen. It's item 3 or exception 3. It's basically allowing you to tunnel that passageway. Okay. Thumbs up. We got some thumbs up. Okay. All right, moving on. Next item here. We have 7081 and 70841. And this is a good change. I remember this coming up on our radar several times, and this has to do with supporting construction for fire partitions. So the summary from ICC is a more complete list of wall assemblies required to be constructed as fire partitions has been provided, and additional locations have been identified where fire partitions are permitted to be supported by non-rated construction. Seeing some thumbs up. Looking good. Sticking with the model here. Okay, thank you. All right, the next one is 7-9. It's subsection 709.4.1 for smoke barrier continuity. Smoke barrier and smoke compartment continuity needed to effectively serve their intended purposes have been clarified through revisions to the definition and enclosure provisions. Okay, we're cruising along here. Next item, 7-10, 710.5, smoke partition openings. And this is a modification of the model code. Specific allowances are now provided for louvered doors and pass-through openings in smoke partitions that serve specified locations of a group I2. Saw a thumbs up there from Terry. Looking good. Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're going to 711.2.4. And this is reflecting, basically this is reflecting that footnote that we already covered in table 601. And that was through the work with City of Portland, and that we had split then into those two footnotes. More of just a pointer. Okay, looking good. 7-12, 713.12, top of shaft enclosure. It's simply a clarification, but it is helpful additional language. The three options for the termination at the top of the shaft enclosure have been clarified and reconfigured. Okay, great. Next one, 7-13, section 715, protection of joints and voids. This is a modification in the model code. The related provisions have been reformatted and clarified to provide more consistent application. This is all just model code. All right. Great, thanks for that. So we're now moving in your matrix, we're now moving to page 6 and just have a few left here in chapter 7. First one here is 7-14. It's table 716.1 parenthetical 2, and it's an IBC modification regarding doors and double firewalls. Basically just clarifying a gap in the existing or in the 18 iteration. Let's see. It doesn't look like we highlighted it because it is in that it's in the table, Laura. It's in 716.1 parenthetical 2 next to the double firewalls. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. I'd have to pull up the 19 to compare it, but
Yeah, that whole section in the table is new, isn't it?
yeah, I was thinking it was all of it.
Yeah, because there was in table 716 in the 2018 IBC, there is no column for double firewalls in there. There is a footnote in there, footnote A, that talks about 2 doors in a firewall, but there was no separate section in there for a double firewall in the table.
Interesting. Yeah, so it should be, I think you're right, Eric. I think it should be all of that under the type of assembly column. All of that double firewall is constructed in accordance with 221.
That's again just new national language, right, Tony? Yeah,
That's correct.
yeah, I'm all right with it.
Yeah, anytime we've done double firewalls, the fire rating of the walls, we've always followed them back to NFPA 221 and then just use the door based on whatever that rating of the wall was. This isn't a change for the way we've approached it.
Any other committee discussion on it?
It's the same for us. There's no change here.
Okay, great. All right. So the next item on the matrix here is 7-15, 716-2211, prohibitive use of terminated stops on door frames or doors providing smoke and draft control protection at elevator lobbies. I think this was a big one at the national level from what I recall. Just model code here. See some thumbs up. All right. Sticking with the model there. Next one, 7-16, 716.4, fire protective curtain assemblies. It's an addition to the model code labeling and performance requirements for fabric fire protective curtain assemblies have been established and introduced into the code. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, thank you for that. Next one, 7-17, 717.2.3, ceiling radiation dampers. It's a modification. The use of static ceiling radiation dampers are now permitted where controls are used to shut down the airflow. Then it also modifies two of the subsections in 717.6.2. Yep, right there.
Thanks, Tony.
Committee look okay with that? Good with the model?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Oh, I think Susie was going to join us and she's using the recruiter seat.
All right, moving on. The next one is 717.4, and this is just dealing with access to dampers. We have a modification with some more specific access requirements. Provide some options there for designers.
Thanks, Laura.
So we have one.
Good there, all model code. The next one, Laura had it up on the screen there just a minute ago, just down on the right-hand column is regarding flex connectors, 71752, modification and allowance to eliminate fire dampers where a fully ducted HVAC system is provided has been modified to permit limited use of flex connectors. So pretty popular and common allowance there in the code, and then some additional flexibility introduced. And then the strike through you see, of course, is just removing international, getting us back to the OMSC.
I like the way you added flexibility to that flex connection idea.
All right, so we're looking good there. And the last item here in chapter 7, and then we can do a sweep of chapter 7 to make sure that there wasn't anything that the committee wanted to look at a little bit more closely, is section 722.7 is item number 7-20 on your matrix, fire resistance rating of mass timber. Again, this is one where we've already had this, codified. Somewhat codified previously, in the NDS a little bit, and then moved into the code. Currently in an appendix of the OSSC.
Again, this is the mass timber piece that was done last cycle.
It is, correct. Okay. All right. Well, that takes us to the end of chapter 7. Are there any items to flag for fiscal we saw there?
I didn't see anything, Tony, Tyler. It looked like things we were already doing, just clarifications from the IBC and our modifications for mausoleums. But and I didn't see any other items that we jumped over that we need to work through. It didn't seem significant in chapter 7.
Okay, yeah, I was just scanning back through to make sure. Wasn't anything. And as always, if you're looking back through these chapters, I know there's a lot of information to cover, but if there's something that you see, any committee member, you can absolutely bring it up at the next meeting, and then we can revisit it, bring it back up for further discussion. All right, so we're cruising right along after lunch. We just made it through chapter 7, and we're on to chapter 8. And not much in chapter 8 here to cover with the committee. But first we have 806.3, and it is an existing deletion, and it has to do with decorative materials, throughout a building, mainly just, post C of O things. Eric McMullen could probably jump on here, but I believe that this is a fire code provision, and again, maintenance through that integration ad hoc group.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
All right, thanks for that. The last item here is 808.1, and this is
Tony, I had
Yeah.
one quick question.
Yeah.
On ours, there was a big red area, but it wasn't strike through. I'm assuming motion picture screens, that's being taken out.
It's, yeah, right there.
Yeah, so that is a good one. That's a good flag, Terry. So this is not going out, I don't believe. And I'm looking to Eric. I think we're capturing it, but I think it's indicative of a fire code provision. So it's a new construction IFC provision. And it's just something that we probably didn't cover on the legend for today because we didn't have any other real provisions that were coming from that integration. So it's IFC.
I mean, I don't have a problem. I just, because it was red, I was wondering if it was going away or what.
No,
Okay, so it's new.
Existing.
Yeah, it's existing fire code integration.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep, thanks for pointing that out, Terry. So the next one, 8081. So this is a pretty big issue. I wouldn't say issue, but this is a pretty big clarification that we're trying to make. So longstanding in Oregon, we've had an interp regarding T-bar or regarding suspended ceilings. We worked with building officials, Structural Engineers Association initially, the Northwest Wall and Ceiling Bureau, the SISCA folks, and we developed this longstanding interp. And some questions have come up lately about, why that interp exists. It really is what it's intending to do is outline this prescriptive path for T-bar. And that prescriptive path is also reflected in ASCE 7, but you have to get to ASCE 7 to get to the prescriptive path of the ASTM standard. I think it's E580. And so what we're trying to do here is just simply identify a pointer. And then we're also working, Jeremy's been working with some structural reviewers at the City of Portland, as well as SEAO, and as well as I think Gresham on fine tuning that interp for your review. So at the end, before the end of this process, we'll also have show you that interp and the revisions therein. So just a pointer here. It's a new Oregon amendment proposed to get folks kind of in the right direction for doing those, the T-bar, the suspended ceiling systems. Great. So it doesn't look like any fiscal, I don't think, on either of those. One's just a pointer and one is occupancy-based deletion on decorative materials that existed. So Tyler, if you're following along, I don't think we have much in the way of fiscal there.
Sounds good.
And now we're moving into chapter 10. So I'm gonna turn it over to Eric. Eric's gonna facilitate it and help guide the committee through. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tony. Everybody good to keep going? Yep, thumbs up, everybody. All right, let's see here. So first one, a lot of, anybody that's been doing this for any time at all know that chapter 10, for some reason, just gets reformatted and completely dumped on its head about every 2 cycles. So not so much this go round, but there are quite a few always cleanup and egress. So the first one, 10-1, is 100621. And this is a model code cleanup. And so sometimes the common path of egress travel is pretty limiting in terms of kicking in a second means of egress from a space or a room. And so this is a new model code amendment that exempts some areas that just have really small occupant loads, typically like mechanical rooms and penthouses. So distance wise, they might kick in a second exit because of the path of egress travel, which is not necessary based on occupant load. So that's what this one is. It's just reeling that one backwards a little bit. Okay, no comments, nothing on that one?
I was just going to say, I like this. I'm just wondering why they limited it to mechanical rooms and not electrical rooms or any other unoccupied rooms. Was there any, I don't remember this one from the hearings last time, so I'm a little bit at a loss.
I think it's an Oregon amendment. It's blue and underlined.
That's the next one, Terry.
No, that's the next one.
Sorry.
This one's national.
I was looking
I'm
at
not,
SIG
I'm not
changes.
suggesting we change it because I like it, but I was just curious if it wouldn't apply to other unoccupied spaces in the building, normally unoccupied. Fire pump room or any of that type of space.
I could read the reasoning if you'd like. That works.
Doesn't help much, but yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Mechanical rooms and penthouses are typically only occupied during routine maintenance or replacement of equipment. There are designs, particularly in existing buildings, where additional exits are being required due to the length of the common path of travel from these rooms or spaces, which is expensive and unnecessary. This code change reduces the effective length of the common path for specific areas rarely used, and when it's used, occupant load is minimal. So to your point, Eric Pressman, this really, your idea would fit within the reason. They just didn't go on to include other unoccupied, normally unoccupied areas. So it doesn't really help, as you said, Eric McMullen.
Okay, I'm not suggesting we change it. I just trying to think about how this could be applied.
Yeah, this is Terry. I would hope that most jurisdictions would be open to some other room that was of a similar nature to allow this, but yeah.
Okay, so good with it as it is then? Okay. So 10-2 then, we'll move on. This is an existing Oregon amendment for boiler egress from boiler rooms. Nothing new here, just bringing it forward, longstanding. Okay, looks like mostly thumbs up, then just going to keep moving. Holler if you want to dig deeper into something. Okay, 10-3 now, which is
So Eric, I'll interrupt you just for a second. I bring it up every year and I know it never goes anywhere, but I wish that the electrical room one, instead of just sending you to the electrical code, would put the requirement in the building code, because too often it gets missed.
Agreed.
And I bring it up every 3 years, but
right. We are. This one's we'll get to it here in a minute. Let's talk about that. Is that all right, Terry? We can.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Are we skipping that one? Actually, is that not on the matrix? Hold on, Laura, you're there now, right? 10062. So this one we've had. Let's just talk about it because we're here now. Because I don't see it on the matrix. 100.
I think Eric McMullen, there's no change here. This is just pulling something forward from previous. That's what we struck it before. So
there actually is. This 1006224 is all new, and then there's another section that you're thinking of where we had the panic hardware based on the 800 amperes, and the model code was 1200, and now it's 800. We'll get to that. This is an entirely new one that is specific to exit and exit access doorways as far as how they're located and the number of them. That's different than just the panic hardware, which you'll notice the last sentence of 1006224 covers the panic hardware and kicks you over to the other section that I think you were thinking about, Eric. So this one is, and we just, Tony and I and our electrical folks spent a bunch of time churning this one over to make sure we got it right. And because there's references to NFPA 70 there. So yeah, Terry, it's an interesting, it's another one of those areas, kind of like the boiler pressure vessel code, where there's overlap in the code. And we have provisions that are coming out of the electrical code, but they're also in the structural code, and trying to marry those up and make them work together is kind of a challenge sometimes. And so we end up, I know what you're saying, we end up pointing to the electric code because, so in this case, the electric code says when you have to have these things because of the danger to workers in the room, being able to get out with the panic hardware and within a certain distance for safety. And it's all predicated on safety of workers in the room. Then the building code says how you do it. So how does that panic hardware installed, how are doors installed, door widths and all that sort of thing. So there's some overlap here. And on this particular one, the reference was directly to NFPA and which, NFPA 70, which gets us to the same place in the Oregon Electrical Special Code. So I don't know if that gets there. Tony, anything extra on that one? I know we beat this one up. It's not on the matrix.
No, I think you covered it quite well, Eric. It's one of these things where we're not even just sending generically to NFPA 70. It's sending us to these very specific sections, Article 110.26, and then 110.30. I think it's 30 in general, but it says 33 in the model. But 30 in general, and then it has to do with all of these different requirements, right? Based on sometimes the width of the equipment they have to provide doors. And so I just don't know how we would capture it in the code without a very long amendment provision, but I absolutely understand what you were saying, Terry. And that's where we started. We started at well, how could we make these reflect these same requirements in the body of the OSSC?
Yep,
Yeah,
definitely. I was in your camp too, Terry.
From the design side, I can tell you most architects want to stay within the building code to figure out the geometry and number of doors and that type of thing for each of the rooms, and not go out to multiple other codes or standards to find that information. I can see it getting overlooked very easily this way, but I also understand the issue. I'm just wondering, not having gone in and looked at the specifics in NFPA 70 about this, if some type of a table wouldn't be an option rather than having a verbose 4 or 5 paragraphs copied in trying to explain it. Sometimes the tables that they put in these codes make it a lot easier.
I think for me, because I've gone through this process of either wanting the second door or not needing the second door, whether it's either we provide enough width and we didn't need the second door, or we put it in because we didn't want to think about it and just put them in and not worry about it. Those two options are always available. And I think from the BCD structural division's point of view, they can't push those buttons because this code's supposed to talk about the work that's coordinated to the building code. So if we put the language of the electrical code in here, then we've taken ownership of how you do that in this code. And so the electrical board then wouldn't have authority over changing this code section because it'd be a part of the building code structures board. And so you start to have a conflict between the two different divisions, or they're, I'm not sure exactly how to say this right, Tony, because I'm saying this wrong, but it's unfortunate that for the language of the code and the way you want to use it, Eric Bressman, that we have to stay in our box, and we, for the building code, we have to stay in our box, and we can't go so far as to say what's in this other code, which would make a lot of sense. And then the other piece is a design option. So there's 2 ways you can do it. And you could write it so you can see both design options here, and you still go back to your electrical engineer and say, which one are we doing? And I'll support you. I mean, from a design side, you still have to kind of talk to your electrical engineer to figure out how they're designing that room and whether they need 2 doors or not.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Eric. I completely understand that. We run into situations a lot of times where our electrical engineers actually come back to us and say, you're the architect, you tell us
That's what they did to me too.
Well, and I think at the national level, they saw this as a problem. So they were trying to just give a pointer. Just saying the electrical code is a pretty weak pointer. That might be my comment. I think it's good that you have a pointer of some kind. But if it's too many sections that are involved, maybe that makes it hard to do a pointer. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just different, as you all know, that the national code doesn't always fit Oregon. And this is where, we have an electrical program and
yeah.
it works real great on the national level just to point to that. Although, they're, ICC's not pointing to their own code here. They're pointing to NFPA, but again, the conversations that we're having here with Terry and Eric Bressman's comments and stuff, these are like Tony and I's conversation last week or earlier this week. It's the same stuff.
Yeah.
We were having the exact same conversations.
Well, in 3 years, I'll be retired, so you won't have to hear me bring it up.
Just keep bringing it up. You might win.
I'm going to beat you to it, Terry.
Yeah. And, the cycles don't mesh too. That's another, we have all these complexities. Yeah. Where if they dink with the electrical code in an off cycle and then we're out of balance and it's fun stuff. But so this way it's, I like I said, Tony can unmute and say, yeah, I was a pain in the butt on this one because I was advocating for having it in the building code, but it just, I acquiesced. So.
And I will too. Thank you for letting me bring it up.
No, and it's a good discussion. And we, like Eric was saying, we discussed it quite a bit. And we even considered saying 2 pointers there. So just striking the NFPA 70 reference, which doesn't mean anything here in Oregon, and referencing the electrical code and the specific, Article 100 subsections. But we didn't, because we were concerned that since they're off cycle, what if for some reason those change in the next iteration of the OSSC and then it's out of line? But again, if that's a committee's recommendation, it's at the pleasure of the committee. Mm-hmm. You can recommend that we include those pointers.
We didn't have any of those problems between the residential code and the commercial code, did we, in chapter 1?
No. No. Okay. So we didn't have this one on the matrix, but does the committee want to do anything with it since we bounced up to it, or?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay with that answer. I get it.
Okay. Thanks, Laura. So we'll bounce back to 10. Where were we? 10.3? 10-3 100631. Is that this one? Okay. So lots of these. I think Tony touched on the whole occupied roof. You guys have the committee has talked quite a bit about different occupied roofs, roof only structures. So lots of work in trying to make the occupied roofs fit within the code. This is just another example of that. So in this one, it's a model code change that clarifies that you're calculating the occupant load for just that, not story, because it's not a story, it's an occupied roof, but that space. Oh, there's another one here. Hold on. Could you scroll up, or I never know if it's up or down. Which way? Yeah, up the page. Okay. The other one that we were going to just point out, there's new model language number 7. You see there. And this one. So this is in the section. So let me, before I have you scroll back down, Laura. So what 7 is saying is, you have anybody that's been in an occupied roof that has tiers. So McMinimans, downtown McMinnville is an example where there's different levels in the occupied roof itself. So 7 is trying to capture this concept that you don't have to enclose a stairway between different levels of an occupied roof. So scroll down to the charging section there, if you would, Laura, down to the bottom of the page. The problem is we're talking about stories. So 10063.2 is very specific to stories, that the path of egress travel cannot exit through more than one adjacent story. Well, and I think Terry shared this earlier, that eventually, and I don't know what they're going to do with it, if they're actually going to call it a story or if they're just going to say you measure to there for high rise. But one of the things at the model level that they've tried to say is, yeah, it's a floor, but it's not a story for height and area. So then they put a provision in the that's specific to stories for occupied roofs that they're saying are not a story. So don't know if the committee wants to do anything with it. I know that, you know, we as a team deal with these questions all the time, and occupied roofs, and, you know, we had reached out nationwide. Terry was involved in that, and it just dead ended, didn't go anywhere just because nobody could make up their mind on what to do with it. But when I saw this, I thought it was an odd place, because if you look at 10063, go down a little or up a little bit lower there. So they're talking about occupied roofs specifically in 3 and 3.1. Occupant load of each story or occupied roof. But then when you get down to 10063, just talks about story. And so it's just weirdly worded, where one part of the code is saying, no, an occupied roof is not a story, but then they put that you can't go through more than one story for occupied roofs. And so anyway, if you're following what we're saying there.
Yeah, I think the closest thing I can think of, and that doesn't fit very well, is mezzanines. And I think the mezzanine rule is such that you can go down through the floor that you're in, and then it would be a part of that same floor story, and then you can go down to the floor. So this would be more prohibitive than a mezzanine. And so it is really odd to try to figure out how this would work with traditional methods of egress that we're used to doing.
Well, not just that too. That's a good point, but not just that, but the exception says that you can't pass, or you can pass through more than one story in these conditions. And it's specifically talking about a story. Then number 7 is different levels within an occupied roof, which neither of which are a story.
Right.
So it doesn't even apply if you just took a black and white code reading of it. So just pointing it out. Don't know if the committee wants to try to do anything with it. I think we could explain it away if we have to deal with it at the state level.
I think it's going to be a couple more iterations before it settles down.
Yeah, no, it keeps coming up every code cycle. They keep tweaking it. So I don't think it's done yet.
Yeah, it just seems like it's in the wrong place. I mean, I think I understand what they're saying is if you have exterior stairs, you can have that occupied roof has multi-levels and you can go up and down all those different levels. I'm not sure why it then ties back into stories, because the way I understand it, you can still only go down one level, one story, before you need access to all of the exits that are required. So this just feels like it's in the wrong place.
It's tough building tree houses on top of the roof.
Yeah, I mean, it's that whole not calling an occupied roof a story or a floor, but you give it an occupancy and an occupant load. The pieces they're not jiving together very well at all. But I don't think that's something we can solve here. I think we just have to keep going with what they're doing at the national level and hope they get it squared away here one of these years.
Okay, so leave it.
Thumbs up.
Good. Thumbs up, lots of thumbs. Okay, moving on. 10-5, 100821. This bumps up the exit access stairways and exit stair, the foot candle to 10 instead of the 1 at the walking surface. And one of the catches with this new provision is while the stair is in use. So it doesn't require 10-foot candle all the time. So you could have like aux sensors or something, that kicks the, kicks the light up when in use. So that's it for that one.
There's a good one for trying to figure out the cost implication, because it probably has more cost to put it in, but in the long run, you actually may save money. So
I think the energy code requires you to shut it down. So I mean, it's gonna be weird. Yeah.
And I have no idea. I mean, what that means in terms of the different type of light fixture you would have to put in there. If that's, going from a real simple low level light to a nice, big, huge, bright, energy consuming light fixture. 10-foot candle seems fairly bright to me, but I don't know.
Well,
I'm
the
sure
usual
there-
1-foot candle is the egress lighting level. So
Right,
it's usually,
right.
yeah. Mhm.
It's
exponential light. That's a
yeah.
lot
So
brighter.
hopefully they solved the problem. It used to be that there was no equipment listed for exit stairs to go on and off. There was just no listing, period, that you could even get. And so that's what stopped anybody from doing it, even though people have wanted it for years. So apparently they at least now have a listing, hopefully.
This is a nice committee, lots of information.
You're getting the inside 411 there, Eric. Okay, so okay with that one? Thumbs are ups, no thumbs downs. Okay. Moving on, 10.6. So this is also a model code change, added occupied roof, notice the theme here, to the accessible means of egress for elevators.
So I don't know if this is the right, well, let me throw this out there. I had actually submitted a modification to this at the national level in the last set of hearings, and there were several that came up around this. And it was because effectively, if you have an occupied roof, it eliminates the use of the exceptions down below, because the exceptions allow you to not have that elevator as an accessible means of egress, provided you have a horizontal exit on each of those floors. But when you get to the roof, I mean, the horizontal exit on the roof really is not any way you can physically do that. So we were looking for some other alternative way to continue, or another way to meet the intent of that horizontal exit on the roof. And that was the proposal I had submitted, was to include areas of refuge at the stairs that serve that roof, because they would have effectively provide the same protection that the horizontal exit would. That unfortunately was voted down by committee. I'm just wondering if anybody else has come across this. Is it something that the committee would consider looking and modifying this?
I think that's a good idea, Eric Bressman. That makes sense to me. That would be equivalent in terms of safety for those who are
Interesting to see that part.
needing to have an accessible means of egress, but there's no elevator available.
My one concern is you're starting now, you've got the elevator lobby, you've got the stair towers, you now have this room that's the emergency room. Pretty quick, you're getting enough stuff up there, it's starting to look like a story instead of a roof. And that's a real slippery slope. We have to deal with that all the time, because they want to have this really big elevator lobby where they can store the barbecue and stuff or whatever. And I always have to say no, no, no. And we all know that this room's not going to get used very much, so they'll find an alternate use for it. But
So Terry, what you're saying is that space that would normally be available for egress is being filled up with a bunch of stuff. And so it's really not going to be done in its intended purpose when you do that. It has really nothing to do with the overall area of the building, like 1/3 penthouse. That's not what you're asking to try to figure out. It's more about what that ultimate use of that room's going to be like.
a penthouse is non-occupied. And so this becomes more of an occupied space to me, because it's being designed for people to be in. So that's, yeah.
Yeah,
Which
I see
then-
that.
Then does that now make you a story?
Yeah, I just don't know what other safe places you could do. I suppose you could do a link to an adjacent building. That might be an easy
Yeah,
solution.
my thought was to have an area of refuge requirement at each of the stairs serving the roof. Because that would effectively give somebody in a wheelchair a 2-hour and protected space, which is what the horizontal exit would do. The committee and others at the hearings were opposed to that. They felt that it was too complicated.
You know, I'd have to actually agree. If you put it inside that stair tower up there, that might be more doable, but
How does a
Okay.
person in a wheelchair get up to the roof without an elevator?
Well, the elevator has to go to the roof. It's the portion of this that that the exceptions allow is that the elevator is not, the elevator gives them access to the roof, but in an emergency, the elevator would not give them access off of the roof. They would go into these protected spaces.
Okay.
The language in the requirement is that the elevator be used as an exit or as an accessible means of egress, which triggers a requirement for a generator in the building. That's why most of our clients, when they want to use this exception, that's what they're trying to avoid, is the emergency generator. But yeah, you still need to have the elevator to get to the roof.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm okay with this change. I just wanted to bring it up for discussion and see if it went anywhere. It's probably the next code cycle.
That's a good point. It's just part and parcel to the conversations before about occupied roofs, trying to catch up with the code, and it's just not really contemplated in so many areas. It's a good conversation. What is that? So does the committee want to just, what do you want to do with it?
I think just keep as is.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then, where are we? 100, what are we, 10.7? Is that right, Laura? Accessible, yep, 10-7. So the next couple are kind of part and parcel to each other. We could probably do them together, but so the 10-7 is a model code change to 100962 that just allows that area of refuge to be just inside the door instead of outside. So they've had the exterior area of refuge in the code with separation requirements. This one just allows it to be just inside the exterior door.
Maybe you could get there with Eric Bresson with this exception by putting the two together on the occupied roof.
I think this has direct access to an exterior door. Yeah, nope. Nope.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. I actually use this in my past in real life before it was codified. Makes sense. The next one, 10-8, we're going to deal with this subject matter a couple of times as we go forward until we deal with the ANSI ICCA 117.1 standard. So not time to have this discussion yet, but at some point the jump from the 2009 to the 2017 edition of the accessibility standard is going to be on your discussion, and this is part and parcel to that. So the The minimum, and one of the big changes in that newer standard is wheelchair space to 52 inches from 48. So this is a kind of a placeholder. It doesn't, if the committee decides to move forward to the 2017 standard, this just stays as it is. If for some reason the committee decided not to, then we would just have to amend this to align with the 2009. So not really much to discuss here, really, just more of a heads up. So
I think you raised I think Susie raises a really good point.
Thank you.
A very valid question. However, when I look at other.
Okay, 10 dash, where are we? 8 size 100963. I keep getting lost on a matrix. Sorry about that. Nope. 10-9 size of doors. 10-10-1-1. Long-standing code limitation on the size of a leaf of a door has now been removed. And so it was always based on the 48-inch maximum was based on like just manageability of the size and the weight of a door. So now the code's pulled back on the 48 and you can do whatever size door you want as long as opening force and all the other requirements are met is the cliff notes on this one. Good. You're probably giving me thumbs up and I'm looking over at my code, not at the screens. Okay, sorry about that. Multitasking. Okay, we like the size of doors. Great. 1010. 1010 is actually section 1010.111. Well played, Laura or Tony or whoever did that. Projections into door openings, another model code change, modification, lists some additional components that are now permitted into that door opening height, things like overhead door stops and operators and electromagnetic things in that nature. Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yep. 10-11, opening door force. Section 1010.1.3, releasing, so the force to release latching hardware. This is a model modification again, has been separated into 2 different sections. And this is another one that coordinates with the A117, the 2017 A117. Okay, no thumbs down, general consensus, keep going. Where are we, locks and latches? 10-12, locks and latches, another modification to 1010.2.4, Laura. 1010.2.4, or did I skip one? No, 1010.2.4. There it is. What's changed there? I don't see anything highlighted. General locking provisions have been expanded to allow locked doors in the egress system when desired due to clinical needs of care recipients or where exterior egress back through the building.
That's footnote number 2, but it's not highlighted.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, number 2, I2 condition 2, that's what it is. So related to healthcare, did you find it? There we go.
It appears there's a numbering change. It went from 1010.194 to 1010.2.4. but otherwise it's the same. That's what the change in the 2021 handbook shows. No change to text, change to numbering.
I think there was, and then I think there's a new provision here. Let me look at that. I think I skipped this one when I was reviewing, so. Four new items added to the general locking provisions fundamentally address two basic situations. So item 2 is the first one that you got highlight, Laura has highlighted there, will address certain institutional occupancies for care recipients that need containment. So that's that one. And then there's new items 8, 9, and 10. I guess those just are not underlined. So items 8, 9, and 10 try to strike a balance between egress safety and building security that has been left unaddressed in previous editions of the code. 10047 mandates an unobstructed path, including the prohibition of locking devices. However, for security purposes, building owners and tenants want to install locks on these doors to prevent people from being able to enter the building through these doors. Building owners and building officials have long recognized this conflict between security and safety and generally had to accept locks being installed by using either the modifications or alternative allowances of Chapter 1. The new exemptions will provide guidance to directly address how these exterior doors can be provided with locking devices and still be considered required egress.
Good change. Sounds like it's going to help make things safer.
I know from experience, we've had to deal with this condition before, going back in through the building. When it's either a U-shaped building or something where it's not fully contained within, say, a donut configuration. So people from the outside have access. This has always been a problem for us to design to. So this is great.
Okay, thumbs ups on that one then. All righty, holler if the committee needs a break. I'm just gonna keep pounding through and unless I see a bunch of thumbs down. Break. Bio break, is that what it was? 10.10.2.8 is item number 10-13. This is adding the I-4s to the lockdown provisions that were added to the E's previously for things, other than fire. I think the intent was other, active shooter in the area or those sort of things where they're allowed to lock down the school. So it added the I-4 because those include daycares. Looks like lots of thumbs up on that one. And we'll keep moving then. Where 10-14 is 10.10.2.14. There's that. Hold on just a second there, Laura. Scroll back up just a second. It's not on the, oops. Yeah, next page, that one right there. That was the one we talked about earlier. Not on the matrix, but that's that other electrical room, existing one. And we're getting rid of an Oregon amendment. Because we had the model code was 1200 previously amperes, and then we had went to 800 to match the electric code. Now the model code's 800. So we'll actually get rid of an amendment there. And then just Terry's favorite reference to the electrical code. Nothing really new there. Well, there's something new. We're getting rid of an amendment, but just wanted to, while we were whizzing by it there. Thank you, Laura. So now we'll go on to 10-14, existing Oregon amendment. Nothing new here. This was the R3 and it does that. R3 and R4 facilities providing care, deletes item number 5 and adds exception to 3 to item 7 exception. So this is all existing. that part, is that separate or did we pull that one in? Is that right there? Number 3 is part of that, isn't it, Laura? This was the one, so item 3, exception 3. This was our rewrite, right, Tony? Yeah, this is the one we rewrote. I should know because I think I started it and then Tony fixed it. So this is an existing one just for enclosing for like Alzheimer's type patients and those where they don't want folks bouncing outside. This was an existing Oregon amendment and we didn't intend to change anything, but it was kind of roughly written, so to speak. So we just rewrote it, but to just more clearly articulate the intent. So anything else there, Tony, that we did on that one? I don't remember.
Nope, I think you covered it. Up in the charging language, we saw, or sorry, number 4, we have an errata there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So we chased this one back. Laura did some great work on it, but basically this was an allowance that you may recall from the SR appendix. So that language specific to these facilities. So as we modify and amend the charging language up above, it only applies to state licensed facilities, licensed by the state of Oregon. And then number 4, I think as printed in the 19 OSSC, it just used the model 1 door. And the intention always was from the SR removal to have it to 2 doors. We even sent it to ICC as 2 doors after the committee and the board for the 19 OSSC, but it did not get caught on their end or ours. And then, yep, on the other exception down below, it was just a rewrite, reconfiguration of the language using more codified terms. Eric did a great job with that. So.
All right, thanks, Tony. Anything else there? There's not a whole lot there. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Thanks for chiming in there. I forgot about that 2 1-door thing. That was a heck of a steeplechase. Okay, 10-15, stairway landings. Model code modification does a couple of things, gives some measurements for landings and how to measure that minimum for curved landings, and then also gives some more guidance for landings that are oversized and maintaining the minimum clearance on those landings for door swing. .11.6. So exceptions not underlined. There exceptions 2 and 3 there on the screen are the 2 that are new. 2 does the curved measurement and 3 is for a 90-degree turn and door openings into that. Well, they use the arc. I'm sorry, not door opening, the arc. Swing the arc in the width.
That's good.
No issues there? Tummies. Okay. 10-16. Oregon Amendment. Existing Oregon Amendment for the handrail on a single riser, Group R3. Changes to 3, number 4. There's actually 2 there, isn't there? So this is a long, the three or fewer risers, long-standing in Oregon.
So this is Terry. I think I would oppose this because most of the R3s that we're going to see are these care facilities that we've just pushed into the commercial code R3. And I don't like having 3 steps without a handrail.
And the handrail cost is relatively inexpensive. It's
Not
really-
much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the fall that comes without one. Definitely easy to justify the handrail.
Yeah. And like I say, we don't see many R3s that aren't one of these kind of, you know, other facilities that are providing care to somebody.
So Terry, in item 5 there, would you leave the R2 and just take the R3 out?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's, you know, a rental unit or apartment. You would think that somebody would want to put in a handrail just for their own protection from lawsuit, but the R3s, to be truthful, because of what those are typically, is the ones that I'm most concerned about.
I support this discussion on the 4 and 5, item 4, reversing the change, and 5, deleting the R3.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that.
I can see somebody saying, well, why does an R3 have to have it, not an R2? But I think that most of the R3s that we're going to see are care facilities.
I'd be surprised not to see handrails in a care facility, period, like for any elevation change.
Right.
It seems strange.
Yeah. I mean, we occasionally get a single dwelling unit or two in a mixed occupancy building. So we do see some of those and it will affect them, but the fact that there's so many of these will be care facilities is what's got me concerned.
Terry, just jumping in here. Would you consider maybe clarifying group R3 care facilities? You know, and then maybe that would keep the allowance for those, you know, a single apartment over a business or something like that.
Yeah, I think I could live with that. I don't know it'd be that we need to get language that wouldn't be confusing to people, because we've got, you know, as we saw before, it's in a lot of different sections of occupancies. It's I's, E's, and some of them are R3s. But if we think that would be good enough language, then I'd be okay with that.
And so is the committee looking at the R3 inclusion in 3, 4, and 5?
But changing it to R3 care facilities specifically, that's what you're, yeah.
Or in group R3 occupancies other than care facilities?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Right. I had it backwards.
Okay. I think we could come up with some language, Eric, do you think? And we could at least just run it back by the committee for a review or post it.
Yeah. I mean, my mind was going right where yours was too. We were just talking about 5. I wanted to get clarification on, 3, 4, and 5 covered the same general subject matter. And then the other issue is that, we do have these licensed care facilities in R2s. Tony and I just dealt with one of those recently. And that the licensing folks, they will license them in an apartment. So it's not just R3s.
So is pretty much all the things that we're talking, are they licensed facilities? Because you might think about the language that we could use, because I think that's my biggest concern, is all these different licensed facilities that could be, where they are.
Sure, they are many.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could work on some language for the committee's review And then maybe that'll give us some time before the next meeting and we can just simply revisit it. If that's working for the committee.
I would support that.
Good with that?
I'm okay with that. Or one of the things is to look at I don't know what the difference is between this and the straight model code language, if that would solve it too, but that's something to maybe look at. I don't know that it does though.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it. I'm not aware either.
No, the model code language is exactly
Yeah.
this
Same.
way. The only thing we delete or remove is single riser.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, and Rabi, just for the committee, he had to step away for a minute to pick a child up at school. He sent me a message, so he's gonna be gone for a few. 10-17, 10-11.12 stairway to roof. This is existing Oregon amendment for 10-11-12, not counting the exception. The exception is new. I don't think we address that separately, do we? Kind of, there's three of them there, 10-16, 10-17, and 10-18. Or 10-17 and 18, I'm sorry. So the sentence at the end of 10-11-.12 is existing for the sign, indicating that the stairway goes to the roof for fire access. The exception will get rid of the permanent ladder requirement or allowance to access a roof when not required by 10-11-12-1. And then we readjusted the language to clarify or to align with current code. So now the alternating tread device and ship's ladders both have specific, in 10-15 and 10-14, I think, have specific geometry in the code where they didn't before. So we used to have specific geometry in this amendment also. I think it was like a 4-inch tread. I don't remember exactly, but so we adjusted these, recommending to adjust these. We're keeping the 30-inch width, which is specific between the rails. That's Oregon amendment, but then just sending you over to 14 and 15 for the geometry rise and run on those two, and getting rid of the ladder. Now, then there's some history here on the ladder issue. I don't know, if we want to go into it in more detail, but it's been in the code for a while as an Oregon amendment. And then there was some movement or push to get rid of it as an access option, just a plain old ladder. Base code is stairs, and then it allows the ship's ladder or the alternating tread device. Okay. Happy and we know it, thumbs up. The other part is just an existing Oregon amendment, also 10-11-12-2, that's 10-18, and that's the access size. Instead of 16 square feet with a minimum dimension of 2 feet, the 30-inch by 8 feet long. This came years ago from, I think this came from Portland years ago. It's been in the code quite a while. Just a longer access hatch, or longer, 8 foot long and a little bit wider.
The only comment I have on this is that if you have in the exception of 10-11.12, it says that the alternating tread or ship's ladder has to be 30 inches in clear width between the handrails. if you have a 30-inch hatch, it won't fit. So I don't know if there's any thought, maybe make that hatch 36-inch, because you've set up geometry that just doesn't work.
Yep.
So Eric Bressman, you're saying that the exception and the ship ladder provisions don't work well together with the 30-inch dimension, right?
Right. If I have an alternating tread device or a ship ladder that has to have 30 inches clear width, but at or below the required handrails, and I'm going up through a hatch, that the ladder would have to stop short of the hatch because it can't fit through a hatch that's only 30 inches wide. The ladder, it's the ship's ladder or alternating tread device overall dimension has to be bigger than 30 inches if you need 30 inches between the handrails.
So my understanding is this came from fire department access with Scott's packs, and the dimension of 30 inches comes from what they need as a minimum. And the 8 foot has to do with the angle in which they're coming up. So the 8 foot helps that Scott pack stay on the back of the fire department. So
Yeah.
I understand the practicality of that the roof hatch doesn't really work well with the design of the alternating tread. Would we force the code to say 36, even if some designer could figure out a way to make it work, which you probably can't?
And I will tell you that we've had numerous problems where they didn't get this right, and it's a fairly deep roof assembly, and so all of a sudden your handrails are hitting that well below where you come out of the roof, and we've had it happen several times.
We have had to have change orders on projects because it got all the way to the time they were installing it when they realized that it didn't work. It just seems like it would be a very simple thing to change that opening width to align with the size of ladder that we're telling them they need.
I would have to say that I would support that, actually, just because we've seen it be a problem several times.
So we just change the exception to say 36.
One of the things that the committee might think about, and I don't know the answer to this, but I'm guessing there are standardized sizes of these hatches. And they might already be 36 in some cases. I don't know, but that may be something to consider before you land on a number, what's available and what's reasonable. And I agree, I've dealt with this exact same thing where they came in and then up or stopped the rails short because of and these dimensioning are all Oregon amendments. So the 30-inch between rails is Oregon amendment, the 30-inch hatch width is Oregon amendment. So it's not a model code thing.
Yeah, I think we ought to just go back to stairs all the way up. Maybe you could check for us, Eric. I think they do come in different widths, so I think that is available.
I'm looking at Bilco's site right now. And looks like 24-inch all the way up to 48-inch wide. 36. Yeah, I would be shocked if they didn't make a 36-inch wide hatch.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's where two parts of the code are not playing well together, and it causes problems. Anybody else? I support Eric on that one.
Yeah, the cost difference is about $800, 36 by 36 compared to 30 by 36. They're $800 difference between the two from Bilco.
just found something that says that OSHA requires 30 inches, but they also require 7 inches behind the ladder. And so if you get a 36-inch hatch and you take out the 7 inches behind the ladder, then it gives only 29 inches of clearance, and OSHA wants 30 inches of clearance.
I think that clearance is in the length.
Yeah.
And the length is
8
the
feet.
length is already at what, 8
feet. Yeah.
8 feet. Yeah. This is just
Like-
the width.
Like from ladder to wall, like where your knuckles would go, right? I think they're saying if it's 36 inches and you're climbing the ladder here, and there's 7 inches here, then you really only have 29 inches for your butt basically hanging out off the ladder.
And we have
Right,
eight.
but
we have
we've
eight
already,
feet.
our
Chris.
dimension is much larger there, so that's a
Yeah.
non-issue.
Okay.
Yeah. It's 8 feet in that dimension.
Dang.
The firefighters have equipment on their back as they're
All right.
going
Yeah.
up the ladder. So that's why they need the deeper.
Yeah, that's the theory. We don't need 8 feet, but I've crawled through a lot smaller holes than that.
Yeah, I can't say I have any responsibility for that dimension, to be truthful. But I do know that the width is a problem that we see come
Yeah.
up multiple times.
Is it really even a cost issue, being that you can't use the 30 inch? So really going to a 36 is.
It
Keep the
really isn't a
That's
cost
good, Kenton.
issue. It's
I like
just,
that.
it's unfortunately, it doesn't, people don't realize it. Yeah.
Yeah, we've changed our master specification in our office because we've had this happen to us on several projects where the specs were just took the code language and threw it in there, and it bit us when it came time to actually install it.
Yeah. Yeah, Jody just sent me, she thinks it's going to be a cost decrease because they don't have to recut the hole and buy another hatch.
And it comes out of the architect's pocket, not the client.
Yeah. So we got support for that. I think that's a great idea, actually.
So just so we capture this, what are we talking here? Like 36 by 8 feet? Is that 3 feet by 8 feet? Is that where you're looking?
That's correct.
Laura? You got
What do I
that?
do? What do I do?
What? Nothing?
How?
So right, wake up.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
So
Should this say in length?
in long?
In
What-
length.
What's wrong with in long?
It's actually, so it'll be 36 inches wide by 8 feet long.
Or in length? Laura wants to go in length. What does the committee think?
I think that language, that word's been there a long time, but I don't care.
Does anybody know this conversion off the top of their head?
If we're going with in length, then we should go with in width or do wide and long.
Give a moose a muffin. Here it is. It.
God, it looks
I like
so
it.
much better,
I like it.
except for this. I don't know what this is yet.
Laura likes you, Sarah. Okay, 36 inches in width and 8 feet in length.
914 is your
Yeah,
metric.
I was just getting to
914.
that
Oh, I
too.
was just
Oh,
about
I
to
was-
say that.
I was going to call Sandoval out for the millimeter. I knew he was going to be there.
Yeah.
So 36 inches and 8 feet. What's the cutoff? Is there a code cutoff? I've been doing this a long time and I never understood what the difference when we go inches to feet, because we have 8 feet there, but why we don't go 3 feet?
I think it's 5. I think it's 5 feet and smaller. You do in inches.
Is that the etiquette? Okay, so we're good then. Okay, good committee with 36. Okay, Laura, looks like you're caught up. You good, Laura?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, 10-19. Now I gotta get caught up where I'm at. 1016.2. Another model code modification, egress through intervening spaces. Egress through an enclosed elevator lobby is now allowed when only one egress is required. Oh, hey, stop, back up. Tyler wants, Money Man's chiming in. Sorry, Tyler, go for it.
Hi, Eric. I just want to make sure that we didn't skip over any fiscal issues.
Yep, good call, good call. Sorry about that.
No worries.
They said it was a cost savings.
I know. I just want to make sure.
Are you sure?
So he's looking for the number for the savings now.
Yeah.
Jody, do you have numbers on that savings you told Terry about there?
Yeah, I don't think there's any cost, Tyler, because it's to actually meet all the requirements. That's what you have to put in anyway. So.
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Terry. Thanks, Tyler. So 10-19, this was the, you can now egress through an elevator lobby when one egress is required. Not a big deal here. Okay, lots of thumbs up. Great. 10 we good? 10-20. Oh, Tyler still got his hand raised. You're good, Tyler, right? That's not a new hand. I keep looking away.
I'm good. Sorry about that.
Thank you. 10-20, we're up to 10-19. What, you stopped on something? We got one here. Oh, Laura wants me to talk about this one, huh? Okay, 10-15.8, not on the matrix, but this is one of them that we were throwing out as the division just for discussion for the committee. This would align with the ORSC, a change that was made by the ORSC committee and board for that flat surface below for fall. This is the fall protection. The 36 inches, I think, if I remember right, this was the whole eyebrow conversation, correct? I think Terry and whoever else was on that committee.
Yeah, that's what this was about, because there's nothing that said what that distance had to be. And so that's what we came up with on that committee. We felt that was a good compromise.
So this would just align it with our amendment in the ORSC.
Yeah, I mean, it would make me nervous if I was a really tall building and you had a little eyebrow out there below a bedroom window, but yeah.
What's the committee thing on that one? Did I look away and miss thumbs up again? I'm sorry. I keep looking at the code and I should rearrange my screens. Okay, so looks like for the most part, okay with that one. Okay.
You know, I don't know that it's necessarily needed here in the commercial code, to be truthful, because if you look at the language leading into it, it talks about finished floor more than 72 inches above the finish grade or below the exterior of the building. I don't know. What's everybody think? I think the residential code language, wasn't it a little different, but
24 and 72, I think I'd have to look it up. I think it's 24 on the inside, 72 on the outside.
Yeah.
So a little lower on the window.
I thought the language wasn't to grade though. It was to, I don't remember. Or is it the exact same language?
I can tell you here in a second.
It's the same. If I can just jump in real quick.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So I think, Terry, what you're remembering is that struck or other surface.
Okay.
And so what we were trying to disqualify under the res
The
process
other
were
surface.
slanted surfaces to.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm all right with that.
Thanks, Tony. Anybody else? Everybody good then? The other thing in that section that's purple there right after Laura moved, but that aligns well too is the clear opening measurement for that one also that we cleaned up. So it aligns with the ORSC where it says measure to the clear opening for that. Okay, where are we? 10. Terry, did you have one somewhere around here? You sent this one, right? Is it
Yeah,
up on that?
I sent one because we've always struggled with roof decks, of course. The fact that oftentimes they don't go to the edge. And so you have this, maybe the deck is 6-8 inches above the roof, or even 24 inches above the roof, and you're not driven to a guardrail or anything there. And somebody can easily step onto the roof and walk over to a parapet that is 6 inches high or whatever it is. At the national level, there's actually a code change just came through in this round that was moved forward at the hearings that I was just at. And we've always called those walking surfaces, but it's really a stretch for us to say that. And that's finally being corrected in the national code, I hope, when the voting is completed. And that was one that I felt pretty passionate about, that it would really be nice to get that cleaned up, where something specifically tells you on those roof decks that you have to have a barrier. Either at the roof edge, you could have something that meets the barrier requirement there, or at the edge of the deck, whichever the applicant decides.
You don't have that, do you, Laura? Do you have that, Terry, available? Or Tony? I think I have it here, but who just pulled that up? Was that Laura? There it is.
And this just gives us a better pointer when we make that requirement, because that has always been a concern for us. Is you've got, you could be way up in the air and you've got a gravel or some kind of a roof surface that's right next to this deck, and there's nothing to stop somebody from just walking across over to the edge, especially if you have kids up there or something. Mind you, the barrier part can be a little wishy-washy, but that's the way it is right now in the code when we require that. There is some leeway on what that looks like. But like I say, that was being moved forward in the voting, and I'm hopeful that it'll pass at the voting too. I'm pretty sure that it will, because this is what most jurisdictions do, even though we don't have a good pointer in the code.
Thoughts, discussion?
It's good.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's what most of you already do, to be truthful, but there are people that don't, and we have to ask them to do something. And like I say, this gives us a lot better pointer to get that.
Yeah, it seems like with more and more projects using occupied roofs, as the code is defining them better, that these types of safety measures really do make sense.
Yeah. All right. I give it a thumbs up, but I brought it, so I don't know that I can vote. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, there's another 24 proposed amendment that's been approved by the General Assembly. That's a E8621 that may have some influence on some H occupancies in our state. I put it in the chat.
Is that something you wanted to discuss now? Is that what you're saying, Eric?
Yeah, it's basically a volumetric. You're right at that section, so I thought maybe it would be the right time. You're between 10:15 and 10:20. So 10:17, there's a standard 200-foot travel distance in the table for H5, and then there's an added footnote based on volumetrics that's in 2024 has been added to take it to 300. And you can't see it on the screen because it's in 2024. So it's the E8621.
2024 code. Okay.
So,
Can we just hold put that on hold for just a second and make sure, I want to make sure I capture what happened on the last subject.
oh, sure. I thought we'd finished it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. My job is to make sure that Laura understands where we're going so she can capture this. And so did the committee give a thumbs up on what Terry brought there? Was that what happened?
Yeah.
They were so good with that, and
with the guards. Yeah.
The guards on the roof. So, and then did we do a cost for Tyler?
I know that we already require it. We just haven't had a really good pointer. We've just said that it's a walking surface on that roof, as the language of the code says, next to a 30-inch or more drop. And so that is what we have used, but it hasn't been a good pointer, to be truthful. So I don't think, for us, it wouldn't be an increase in cost because it is what we're already making that call.
Okay. For the record, I would agree. When I saw it, I thought it was already covered. I was like you, Terry. I mean, it just wasn't directly covered, but I thought you have a walking surface more than 30 inches.
Yeah.
It was kind of a no-brainer to me.
And that's what we've used, even though, but when you get into this, is it a floor? Is it a roof? Is it, somebody could make a strong argument that it isn't. So that's why I'd like to get it fixed.
Yeah, the old you could walk on it versus it's made to walk on argument. So
yeah.
Okay, so all right, we're good. Laura, good?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks. Okay, Eric, sorry about that. You want to grab yours then?
Yeah, that's no problem. So this laundry list of footnotes, they've added another footnote 1017.2.3, and it basically adds another section for an increase from the 200 to 300. And so the language in the new 2.3 has the 300-foot width, has a minimum size for the fabrication area and a minimum amount of airflow to keep the smoke particulates off of the people. And it's backed by a couple of different fire studies.
Yeah, and that moved forward, didn't it, Eric?
Yeah, it was approved by the General Assembly.
Yeah, I don't have a problem supporting that.
Laura, it's not there. I saw you scrolling around looking for it. This is 2024 code. If I understand what Eric is saying correctly, that's approved for the next code.
Yeah, so I put the proposal in the chat, the E8621.
Yeah, I have it up on my screen right now, and it's
E86-21.
Right.
Tony and Eric, we got to get you guys going to those code hearings. I've put in the word with your boss, so that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I went for years, but not lately. So are we just looking at this one?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to give it to the rest of the committee, that whether to share a screen or how that works. I don't know.
I
how to
can
make it available to folks.
I can try and share my screen if you'd like.
Sorry about that. I didn't know that's what we were waiting on. I thought you guys were looking at it.
Yeah, that's it there. So scroll down a little bit to the footnote. And the underlying piece there, yep, for increase.
So
C.
there's the new pointer to the footnote, or
And then
the footnote, and then
Right,
here's
and
the
there's
actual language.
Right. So the 4 items here on the bottom are the qualifications of the room. So the fabrication area has to be at least 300 feet wide, and then the area of the room itself is around 2,200 square feet. So pretty big volume. And then it's got a clean space about 16 feet high above, and then the amount of air that's moving is 20 CFM per square foot. So quite a bit of air to move that smoke around. So that's how the study was done, and it shows quite a bit of free air for those folks. And the committee asked for a reset on that, so they had another fire protection engineering company review the first work and found it to be qualified and conservative. So then that came back to General Assembly and they approved it.
I was there. I actually voted for that one, I do believe.
Thanks, Jerry.
Oh, well, then you can't vote twice, Terry. So
Yeah, maybe not.
All right.
Okay. I'll let's see.
Thanks for
Okay.
considering that.
Trying to figure out how to give you control back. This happened to me this morning. My buttons disappeared.
So you ought to be able to yank
There we
it
go.
from you.
Yeah,
There.
Laura will take control. You watch yourself.
Jump in here
Okay.
real quick.
Tony?
Sorry, Eric. Mr. Bressman or Sandoval, could you send a copy to Laura? Just email, just so that we have the actual proposal to integrate in.
Yeah, I have a dissected version of that out of the main body, so I'll just send you the PDF that has that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
That'd be great, Eric. Mine is the entire the complete monograph.
Okay.
Big. Okay, so is that a yay then on that? Send it to Laura. You're gonna send it to Laura. Everybody's good with that change? Okay. Very limited scope with the semiconductor stuff there. And that's not gonna have a cost. That's a give actually, so we don't have to do cost. Okay, that brings us back to, what does that bring us back to? 1020? Does that sound right, Laura? Was that where we were at, 10-20?
Yes.
So 1019.3, where's that? 1019.3 clarification. Oh, this is a good, this is a model code clarification, just clarifying the adjacent on the connection of the 2 stories, longstanding allowance to connect 2 stories, just clarifying they have to be adjacent stories, which I thought was pretty obvious, but hey, anything on that one? Okay. Then if nothing on that, next 1021, dead end corridors. What are we doing here? Let me get this open. 1020.5, specific to hospitals. Corridor that does not serve patient rooms or treatment spaces now allowed to go to 30 feet. I2 condition 2. Ten-foot bump. No negatives, no issues there. Lots of thumbs up. Okay, I didn't see any thumbs down, so. On to number 10-22. Modification to the model code in 1030. So we're in assembly. Social stairs, handrails at social stairs. So everybody familiar with social stairs? Big stairs people sit on, do their work, colleges, park, out and about. So now it addresses social stairs by kind of combination of the normal stair requirements and assembly seating. But yeah, these are the stairs where folks sit on them. I think, I don't know if I have more on them. Let's see. 1030. Do we have anything more on that one? Any issues on that one?
No comments here. It looks good.
Which section are we? 103016?
103016, yeah.
Says the new regulations are a variation of the assembly stepped aisle provisions in 1030. The rationale is based on essentially having an assembly seating area with the seating platforms without seats. So they're sitting on the stairs located to the side of the stepped aisle. The approach will help guide the aisle width requirements as well as address the placement of handrails serving the adjacent stepped aisle, or if also included, a stairway adjacent to the stepped aisle.
Just trying to visualize what 30 inches horizontally of the step dial is.
Let me see if
seems like you'd want it right at the step dial, but I'm maybe just not visualizing it right.
I think the idea is to leave like a 30-inch set of stairs along the step dial, then the handrail, and I'm trying to see if I can.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It just wasn't making sense. That's all right.
I can't share, but I have a picture of it, but
yeah. No, I mean, I can visualize it. We see these all the time now. So yeah.
So good?
Recommend, good, yep.
Thumbs, okay. So did we already talk about this one? No, we didn't. Oh, this is the ERO. Okay, so we had a couple here. To coordinate with the ORSC on EERO, kind of like the fall protection one. This is, which section are we on there? Tenant modification. I don't know that we did anything on this one now. I think it just reorganized to align with the ORC. Where's the
Down at the bottom, you've got some Oregon amendments to it. Is that the ones you're talking about?
Ah, yes, thank you. I couldn't see them. So these are two of them. There's some general clarification and cleanup in the purple there that just aligns with the ORC. That's what I was getting at earlier. They're just catching up with the IRC and the ORC and the ORSC. So aligning those two provisions. And then we were just throwing in a proposal here to align with what we did in the ORSC in 1031.7 and 0.8. The 0.7 is existing language for when you're coming out under a deck, like in an abasement well, which you could in residential under this code as well. And then the 0.8 is the lower roof surface, which was new to the 2021 ORSC. This is kind of aimed at like solar. So if you've got a gable or a roof that comes out on a lower roof, to make sure that there's a path from that EERO onto that lower roof down to a roof edge. And those are both from the ORSC, and we were just throwing them out there to see if the committee wanted to include them here.
That looks good. So that's the 10-30 matrix items. Those are the two we just reviewed there.
Yeah, I guess we jumped, didn't we? I don't know what I'm doing here.
So later in the code, there's a lot of language about the fire access pathways on the roof. And a lot of times that's the spot that we go to double check, like, do I have my dimensions right for my pathways? Would it be possible or practical or anything to have kind of a callback to this code section to say, hey, also make sure that you've got this pathway on your plans and your solar installation, because I can see overlooking this section simply by saying, well, I'm complying with all my fire access pathways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I don't know that it was one. I don't recall it coming up into the ORSC when it came up, because we just send you from the ORSC to 31 of the OSSC for pathways anyway. And we'll have some more discussion when we get there, potentially on some pathway language too. But Sarah, that's a good hit.
I do know that there have been a couple times where I'll double check, like, okay, which code am I looking at depending on where my design is. And I think I think there's something about, escape, and it's not in that fire access pathway section. I'm like, well, maybe it must be like California code or international or something. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it doesn't apply. So it would be helpful for designers to have that connection.
Sarah, would that come from chapter 15, the rooftop area, and then it's send you back to here?
I think is it 31?
The pathway language is in 31.
Okay.
For solar pathways specifically, and we can do a cross there. I don't know, Laura, were you keeping up with that for a note, or do we need to?
Can you repeat that?
Looking at doing a cross back and forth between the pathways in chapter 31 to 1031.8, just one way or another, one pointing to the other somehow. We can figure out which way it goes. I think we get the gist of what you're looking at there, and it's a good suggestion, Sarah. Tony, more to add there? You popped up? Nope, you got it?
Nope, I think you have it covered. 3111 And then as Eric noted, we have some other, I think, good suggestions just for committee consideration once we get to chapter 31.
So Tony, on those suggestions, the sooner you, that's when I'll probably have to share with my fire bureau folks to look at. So whenever we can get those would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric's been working on it. We're working on getting broadly, globally, getting some fire service input on it. And it's really just looking at model code. I don't think it's a secret, but we've had discussions with various local government partners about getting maybe closer, if there's opportunities to get closer to what model code requires for the pathways.
And right now, that's with the fire service. We were waiting for feedback. We shopped it out to the State Fire Marshal's office, of course, and just I checked in last week, and they just hadn't feedback. Didn't have feedback yet for us. So definitely, Terry agreed that the fire service are the benefactors of this. So. So it looks like we skipped a little bit. I guess I got ahead of myself here. I think a bunch of these, so 10-23, 10-25, 10-26 are all the EERO ones that are kind of alluded to. It looks like there's a 1031-2 is what was that? Oh, the storm shelter one.
These are all IBC model code changes.
Yep, all the purple is there. All of, I think you can kind of like, if you want to discuss, I'll just let the committee kind of discuss, but it looks like 10, 23, 24, 25, 26, and what are we doing here? All of them. 27, 28, 29, 30, all of them are these sections, I guess. The rest of them are the EERO. The Oregon amendment is just those last two we talked about. The rest are updates to model code.
I'm good with those changes. I don't see any issues there.
Yeah, I'm good.
That gets us through 10, I think. Tony, does that get us? What are we missing? Tyler, Tony, Laura, anything we need to money stuff for Tyler or anything else?
Yeah, just any fiscal on the last part of 10 there. I think we were doing a good job of touching base as we went through 10, but if there's any fiscal items, you just kind of scan that matrix, see if anything jumps out.
Well, I'm not. Unless the committee does. I don't see. Tony, do you see anything there that looks like a lot of clarification, I don't see any.
Yeah, I don't think so. And we addressed the hatch, right? I think there was maybe a delta there. Did we capture the delta between the 30-inch width and the 36?
You know, I had
what we said was that it was a wash because if they used the 30, then they didn't meet code and they were going to have to use a larger one anyway.
Okay.
And that the actual dimension, I mean, distance in terms difference between the 30 and 36-inch is about $800. I don't know that that's significant in the size of the projects that we're talking about. So to me, it's not, wouldn't hit the significant impact, financial and significant impact piece.
Okay.
Tyler.
Okay, great. Well, I think that gives Tyler some information to note. At
Sure
least.
does.
Perfect. And then, no, I don't think anything else. It doesn't look like it on the list. So fantastic work, everybody. Again, thanks so much. We couldn't do it without you. And we're right. I mean, we're perfect. This agenda was including chapter 10, and we end at 4. So it doesn't get much better than that. Our next meeting is the 28th of October, and same start time. And then the only last few things to wrap up here are, is there anything the committee would like to see specifically at that meeting? We're hoping to do 9, 11. There's a lot of stuff in 11, Terry, that we're gonna, have to talk about. As the committee will have to talk about. A lot of stuff in 9 that Eric will be leading the committee through. And then we're hoping for 12. There's a public proposal in 12. We'll probably have Mr. Heiser from our team here as technical support for the committee on that. So you might want to take a look at those public proposals ahead of time. And then I think the plan was to try to get everything up to 16. And then leave kind of the third meeting for structural, because there's a lot going on there. And then maybe the last meeting looking at chapter 34, the IEBC. We're looking at an integrated version for the IEBC, so no more cross-referencing. We just have all of the IEBC in chapter 34.
Yes.
That's what we're proposing to you. And Laura and our team, we've been working really hard on that. So that's a little bit of a preview. So that's what I'm thinking for the next agenda. Any committee thoughts on that?
I'm supportive of that agenda. That sounds like a great sequence and order.
Yeah, Tony, I'm going to be out of the country traveling back that day. I'm not sure how the timing is going to work. I'm going to have my laptop. I'm going to try and get on as much as possible. I know if you're covering chapter 11, we have somebody from my office that's going to listen in, because she had a couple proposals in chapter 11 that she's going to want to probably give some of her thoughts on. And I have one that's not till chapter 29. So I'm assuming that would come at the third meeting or later.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what we're looking for. And then we're going to, have a circle back on chapter 2. And then also something I failed to mention at the beginning of today's meeting is we're fortunate enough to have David Mills from the Office of the State Fire Marshal to be here in a similar capacity to, our technical team as support. And that's going to be critical, as Eric leads us through chapter 9, to highlight fire service input on some of those items. And other than that, I think just let Laura know if any, scheduling items, or if there's any information you're looking for, you're always welcome to reach out to me or Eric or Jeremy. And again, we really, really appreciate it today. I know it's kind of a marathon, these meetings. But yeah, anything from the committee.
Hey, Tony, I had a question. Are we doing stuff in chapter 4?
Yeah, Eric, you want to tell about chapter 4?
We're just gonna skip it this time. So chapter 4 is a monster, as you figured out, and Laura's been busting her tail working on stuff. That it's another one that's still with the fire service. We have several subjects that we just want to get some feedback. The pathways, the emergency responder communication coverage is another one that we're looking at, and then chapter 4, all that integration stuff. So there's things that's changed. We met last time with a committee of the fire service and went through all the things that were maintenance versus what were new construction. We didn't do that this time. I just went through the code. The 2021 IFC brought everything forward that was brought forward before, highlighted new stuff, sent it over to the fire service for their feedback. And so, yeah, we're going to get to 4 eventually. And what we may do, Tony and I have talked about this, we may do a model code 4, and just with the committee going through what's in the model code. And then at the end, like we did last time, like here's the stuff we're bringing the stuff over unamended, and it's not to say the committee couldn't amend something. As a matter of fact, I think that there is maybe one proposal to electrical storage systems that will be brought over. So we've tried to kind of bring stuff over from the fire code unamended. So most of it's just at the end saying, here's what we're bringing over. But of course, the committee could look at it. So don't know which meeting yet. Maybe next meeting we talked about it, right, Tony?
Yeah. Yep. I think we could do at least, the significant changes that would be in 4. So it'd be like new construction provisions of the IFC that most likely will land in our chapter 4. We could highlight those for committee consideration. And then we could also highlight any model code changes on the IBC side in chapter 4 as well. And we could probably make it happen by the next meeting. It might have to be the 3rd meeting.
Yeah, just was checking. Hey, just wanted to thank you guys for doing the heavy lifting on this and all your work putting this together. Great job. Thank you.
Love the matrix. It's nice. It's very easy to follow.
Good job, Laura.
Yeah, and having that draft code to actually see it in context really makes it, that really helps.
Yeah.
Great. Well, we really appreciate it. Won't keep you any longer. We're just past our deadline here at 4 o'clock, and we know you're all busy. Thanks so much. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, everybody. See you in a couple weeks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everyone.